Alright, folks, welcome back. Day 22. As always, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, let's start off with our usual routine. We're going to try to total recall what happened yesterday. Yesterday was something else, though. We'll go into that. I have something prepared for this morning for a bit of, I'm going to say 1.5 hours to 2 hour commentary on some of the wonderful things that happened yesterday and some usual things that emotionally would be mixed, but intellectually it was incredibly stimulating. So let's start with trying to remember in that what Japanese related stuff we have learned. So first off the bat, scato, I think this skirt. Hopefully that's it. Trying our best, right? As always, it's not entirely accurate most of the time. Always, it's a good exercise to start with every single day, at least in my opinion. Start with a review using just your total recall. Oops. Fuku. Clothing. Fuku. We don't have a lot to remember because we had far more interesting discussions about stuff yesterday and lots of fun inside jokes and little memories that I hope I can keep together. Just invaluable. I think this one was in hiragana. So oh no. Yeah, maybe. Although I'm blanking out on this. So lovely. Steaky. More on that later. Steaky. Tay. I've got is okay. Yeah. I'll see it, you know. It's one of those things. I'll see it when I see it. Okay. And then what else I got? Got some kanji. Actually, I didn't even check yesterday. We unlocked the kanji. So this one I also remember. It kind of looks like this, even though I don't know how to write it yet. Today we'll go over some kanji. Right. There's a long story behind this too, and this is Furu, right? Furu. Thanks to a specific person. I remember both the hiragana and this. It's the kanji part, and then you use more on this as well. You use it's an e. It's a e adjective. So furui, which means old. And I also know that this is not usually used to modify people. So not modifying people, which is thanks to another person who talked about stuff. So there's a story here. There's a story here, which we're gonna say, right? There's a story here, thanks to another contributor. No stories here, and no stories here. But there are a couple stories already. There's a story here. Right? And then there's a story here. Right? So at least 3 stories. We'll do a little review of those things too. I think I recognize one more kanji. This one's just I noticed it, and I don't know what it looks like zoomed in, so we'll take a guess at what it looks like. It's probably something like I'm just taking a guess because I have no idea. I don't know, something like that. And what else might mind is it's kind of like it's like something like this in my mind's eye. The reason I drew it this way is it kind of looks like a tree house, right? The bottom looks like the kanji for tree key, and then this kind of just looks like a house on top, and then this looks like a watchtower, which is effectively still a tree house in a way. So that's how I remembered it. And this one was let's see, this one was it's the same. I'm missing the same hiragana, I'm pretty sure, in both these situations. So this is also the same hiragana I'm missing that I'm having problems with. And then yeah, I'm missing this one too. I know what it's atera or atara. It might be atera or atera or atara. I think it might be atara. So actually this, and I take it back, these two are not the same hiragana. This is steiki, steiki, and this is atara. So different ones. Obviously I'm drawing a blank at the moment. And this one was, I think this one was a yo. More on that later too, from my loose understanding. This is a yo stem adjective. All this is very important because it involves yesterday's thing, and I did a little deep dive ahead of the game, just like Duolingo. You know, we still haven't gotten to section 2, but it's very fun when it's instigated by challenges I encounter. What else we got? We didn't learn that much really. Oh, we learned 500, right? Even though we didn't get to that part. Whoops. I don't remember the 500. Kinda reminds me of this. Maybe like that, but we haven't gotten to this stuff yet. But the reason why I remember 500 is another person. So this is story number 4. It's not that. They're not like really long, interesting stories. It's just how I remember them. There are 4 different individuals, and that's how I remember these things from yesterday. Because yesterday was largely about the conversations and the discussions, not actually about the vocabulary. So what else can I summarize about yesterday? We learned I'm not gonna write the hiragana out here. I should go back and practice some hiragana. But choto, right? Choto. And Duolingo want to say, like, I'm gonna just write not really, and in a dot, not really. I know it's like not like, right? Not like really, but generally speaking, the impression I'm getting is more like not really. It's like meh, like okay, kind of thing. Choto, I think. And then we also had the phrase for oh yeah, I forgot. This is new. Pretty sure this was supposed to be new. We'll see. This is new. Wow, this is old. And then we had want as well. Want will introduce a new particle that I saw, interestingly enough, and it's grouped with the phrase want, which is ga. Ga, which I'll go into a little bit too, because it confirms finally that I have another particle in this position. It confirms something that I observed a bit ago, and it makes sense now, right? Ga. So more on that later. So we were introduced to ga, right? Ga, and it was attached to want, which I'm not gonna write the, well, I can write the hirakana because it's on the top of my head. It's I'm pretty sure it's hoshi. And interesting enough, this is also a yo stem, but what the heck? What about what the heck? Want Hideyoshi. Hey, you're kind of early today. And then Oshi, and then that's yeah, we'll keep that there. What else can we recall from yesterday's discussions? A little side note. Sick today? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Get well soon, Hideyoshi. What are you doing? What do you usually do when you're sick? And I'll do a little bit more shout out. This person, who's that? Who's the person that said, oh, that gave me the old thing? Yeah, the old thing. We also know about the, just a little tidbit about the, right, the sol, the sono and kono, right? No wa particle, right? That's a fun story too. Story number 5. Okay, that's all we really went over for the most part because we were deep into the discussion. So now I'm gonna go and change gears a little bit. And this is gonna require a lot of prefacing. So for the next hour and a half, I've prepared something that helps educate myself and also talk about how I learn from discussions. Okay, so yesterday we had a guest, and it's safe to say that I initially thought this guest was open-minded, which still may be the case. However, for myself, there were some points that I wanted to alleviate. So 21 days to me is pretty insignificant for myself. So this will come into play later. However, I do have observational skills, which will be played in later, right? And regrettably, observations do not become skills until you have time to process. So now that I have time to process, we'll talk about ga equals want. No, that's not, you weren't here. Ga was introduced with want. And ga is the first time I've seen that particle that replaces another particle, as I have mentioned earlier. So, please, like, this is English and Japanese, not just Japanese. So, try not to, we'll go into that a little bit, maybe. So, anyways, so this person, with this particular discussion, came with the idea of what I had problems with was this whole feeling of as a matter of fact, which is very relevant to people who hang out quite a lot. As a matter of fact. And the idea is a matter of fact involves assumptions. And we're not going to another discussion, but assumptions do not equal presumptions. Presumptions takes on a very different type of form of language. And sure enough, it's already confirmed to me that our guests explicitly said they're not American. Sure, that's fine. Our guest also suggests that they understand English, which is because we use that, and I think they have a really excellent command of English, but not American. That's not enough information to determine if they're British. Like British English, perhaps. Maybe that's what they're suggesting, or that they're just non-English speaking. As in, that's not their primary language. Whatever it is, there's not enough information. But what it does tell me is that this person, I must be tolerant of this person's perhaps understanding of what I'm referring to. And when this as a matter of fact happened, which is equal assumption, presumption, we've had previous ones. Let's do a little take back to the greatest hits. I remember at day 8, someone said, I have a stick up my butt, with 3 T's, obviously, inside joke. 3 T's for the classic inside joke. I have a stick up my butt because I said I don't know enough yet. And then I told this person to wait and stop saying things I observed. Right? So here's the difference between, again, going to observations. When you're observing something, you are discovering, and then you're trying to make sense of it. Okay? That is very different from knowing something and being able to explain it yet. Right? So apparently somehow during day 8, this person suggested that, oh, I'm implying that by day 8, I'm a master of Japanese. There's a difference between stating the obvious and removing the discovery process and a master of Japanese, which to this day, it'll come back because this person did the same counter argument by stating the day. Somehow like that matters to me. Of course, if I gave that person the impression, I'm sorry. The reason I count days is for record keeping. I count how many I journal. So I write and record everything I do each day. So this 21 days is not just a slight digression. It's not a measure of credibility. Contrary to how these two people, and I totally misspelled credibility, but that's okay. Contrary to these two people's mindsets, no matter how long you do something, it does not give you credibility, in my opinion. So there's no reason, like, I might have misrepresented myself. And perhaps in the future, I'll explicitly say why I'm counting days. Counting days do not give someone credibility, in my opinion. Respectfully. A lot of other people on YouTube, right, on the internet space, the quickest and most efficient way of determining credibility is to just simply state how long you've been doing something. Fair enough. I can assure you from an intellectual standpoint that if you did something for 100 days, you did something for 200 days, when it gets to a certain extent of days, the variation is so great that that is the richness of doing something a very long time. When someone does something for 600 days, that person is likely to become a master of a specific nuance of something. They're not all mastering. They have refined, gone through the iteration process. So when two masters talk to each other, they have a lot of interesting things to talk to each other. Okay? So outside of that realm, 21 days and 8 days, still trivial. And even then, I would not use days as a form of credibility. But on the internet, you got to make it fast, right? How do you give yourself credibility? Outside of this little slight digression, give a title. And then this meets into our second dude. All these people are connected, and they're going to be forever connected in my memory because I'm building the glossary of my experiences. So, which then we met at day, I think it was day 18. We met the person that did exactly this, which is how the story connects. Day 8 connects with day 18, possibly. It might be 17. Again, the day is a little bit more for record keeping. So this person used their title that they gave themselves as a form of credibility. Okay? So they called themselves a linguist. And obviously I made a video about the complacency of becoming a specialist, especially self-labeling yourself. Usually people call you something, not you give yourself something. And guess what? That's a great lesson in Japanese honorifics. I mean, if this person really does enjoy linguistics and they are delved into the Japanese culture through the language, which they didn't, which is my criticism. They told me, as a linguist, it is not important, at least they gave me the impression that it is not important to consider the mindset of the cultural language, like the culture behind the language. So what I mean by this is, in this middle of my digression, another digression, which I might have somewhere in the previous days, around day 18, I went at length about how understanding the cultural mindset through learning the language can propel someone to help people learn, right? How to embrace something that the language has to maybe temper your expectations and raising the baseline, understanding where the baseline of languages are and what the acceptance and tolerance rate of each language. That way you can form a sentimental connection. Obviously, pragmatically speaking, I made the concession that if this person is a linguist, they're probably focusing on the mechanics of language, and that's perfectly reasonable. To tell someone who's at day 18, I suppose, that it doesn't matter what I say, I think it has something to do with the fact that I am a beginner at Japanese. I'm not a beginner at learning. But hands down, not. So it struck to me as this person, self-proclaimed linguist, and I differ in our perception of what is the learning process and what is necessary for the learning process. And that's perfectly fine. However, it is important to note that that person suggested that it is not important to understand the cultural baseline for acquiring a language. Fair enough. as a linguist, I guess it's not important to them. They specialize somewhere else. Certainly. Which we did get a throwback. In 2 days, I think it was day 20. Around day 20. It might be day 19, actually. And this might be 17. I might be off by a day. But in day 19, this person decided to, I suppose, bless me with their presence again, because I wasn't expecting to see this person again. Someone who flings around titles and periods and credibilities. I'm like oil and water combination to the person. I know there's this whole idea of the imposter syndrome, right? This imposter syndrome. And you have the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Or the Kruger-Dunning effect. So oftentimes in a highly educated environment, at least for myself, I want to remove this. And it's a habit of mine. Call it a bias. It does diminish the hard work and perhaps the legacy one has. But generally speaking, I like to remove the environment that status, so title, and length, right? Like how many years or days. I want to remove that barrier so that everyone that I speak to, we're on even intellectual ground. The idea is to exchange opinions and discussions in order to enrich the cumulative collection of experience, not to negate and downplay and condescend other people's point of view. So effectively, this self-proclaimed linguist, in my opinion, respectfully, does not work professionally. In order to provide advice, and your advice is that the thing you're talking about is not important, it's not establishing rapport. So I'm naturally inclined to say that this person is a hobbyist who likes to learn a lot of language but hasn't been in a professional capacity. I might be entirely way off the mark, and this person works for a company or a teaching thing that respects the way this person treats other people's opinions. It can work. Elon Musk happened, you know? So if you're really big a powerhouse, that's great. The question is, if you are a really big powerhouse, come into someone who barely talks to anyone and talks to themselves for legacy building, that's a little bit low-hanging fruit. So there are a lot of other converging evidence that would suggest that this person does not work in a professional capacity. Anyways, so this person blessed me 2 days later and decided to correct Duolingo. I was drawing the kanji. For Kyoto, and just the toe, right? Just the toe, right? Let's review what that looks like. Whoops. My first stroke is too big. So Kyoto, right? And when you're drawing this like B-shaped thing, Duolingo has it as 2 strokes. And I was making a commentary about my English drawing. I typically do this in 1 stroke, right? It reminds me of a B, and even drawing, I would do it in 1 stroke. And I told myself, okay, it's 2 strokes, according to Duolingo. So this person chimed in out of nowhere. No hi, no nothing. It's usually how that goes when it comes to self-importance. They said that's because it is 1 stroke. And they use this thing that now I know about in Japanese, right? Again, Hideyoshi, you are not listening to me, but yes, it's 11 total strokes in Old Chinese, perhaps. I have no idea. I'm not learning. And then it's 10 strokes in New. Fair enough. But let's focus on here. We're specifically just talking about this thing here. All right. So 2 strokes, right? It's 2 strokes. And this person said it's because it's 1 stroke. So they corrected me, and it could have helped me. I was like, oh, so it's 1 stroke. And so therefore I looked out and I'm like, it's weird. why did Duolingo have it as 2 strokes? So I took a look. I literally did this on stream, right? So I looked and I'm like, I don't see it as 1 stroke anywhere. And this is just cursory. So for the first like 2 minutes, and then obviously then we have contention. Someone else says that's because it's 2 strokes, right? Regardless if it's 1 stroke or 2 strokes, this goes back, and we're going to loop it back to the idea that, as a matter of fact, assumptions and presumptions. And what I was about to say is they put this idea of an ellipses, right? And we just learned some ellipses yesterday in the Japanese lesson, which is the idea of choto. And when they translated it, choto as in it's interesting, or it's not really there kind of thing, with the ellipses implication. And this ellipses implication is what that person used, as in like, well, that's because it's 1. Well, that's an assumption. And I've made a whole digression video. I had a whole digression about the difference between assumption based on complacency, when you become a specialist, versus presuming something, right? As in it's likely that, and then practicing foundations, right? When you swing your title around and you swing your credibility around, it, in my opinion, lulls you into a form of complacency that allows you to abandon foundations. I am not this. I do not encourage this, in my opinion. I've done this to myself before in terms of a learning process. So as a matter of fact, we're about to get to our last guess, which happened yesterday. As a matter of fact is based on assumption. When someone says the word, which this is the magic word that sprung our large discussion yesterday, they use the word just in the English language in their phrasing. And this is where the discussion starts. So we'll talk about that. And it led me to a lot of learning in Japanese. So all this is relevant to what I learned here. Not comprehensive, just long enough to spend like 3 or 4 hours to at least get closer to the thing, right? So what is this complacency? Well, it turns out that most people, like I did a little more digging in day 18, like a week ago. And sure enough, it's about 90% 2 strokes and 10%, maybe some people prefer to do it 1 stroke, and they argue that stroke order doesn't matter. That stuff, fair enough. What it demonstrates to me is this person accepts truth. So, like in the spirit of the Japanese culture, there are rules. And if I were a person who embodies these Japanese rules, I would say this person is wrong. But I'm not Japanese. I'm an English speaker who has a Chinese heritage, who's multicultural and lives in a multicultural country. I understand even then that people act on their assumptions through years of hard work. And it still allows them to draw the kanji for Kyoto. However, if we were embodying the Japanese culture, they're wrong. It's 2 strokes. That's it. It doesn't make me feel any better or anything. I would love to talk to that person and their background and they can be abrasive, but fair enough. Maybe we'll bump into them every once in a while. Now we're going to move into the next person, which happened yesterday at day 21, 3 weeks in. And it all started with 1 English word. In my opinion, this is from my perspective, not that of the person. We clearly did not see eye to eye in most things, even emotionally. So I am just sharing how this discussion allowed me and motivate myself to educate myself in being a better communicator and understand more about Japanese. So let's go down this road. So the phrase that launched this discussion yesterday was des And I'm gonna encourage most people to hold their comments, and whoever's joining in, this is where this huge digression is going to start. And you have to wait to the end, because this is not about accuracy. It's about learning and connecting observation with explanation. So it started with the word des and its function. So far, and its function to someone who has 21 days of Duolingo. Okay, so let's erase this stuff. Usually I would bring up like a white notepad or something, and I would do a lot of large logic webs in order to gather my thoughts, because I've had a night now, an evening, to really gather my thoughts about the things that I underperformed, and then the things I can do differently in the future as a learning process. So we have des, right? And there are important conditions that will come up. The idea that I've done this for 21 days. Okay. The idea that Duolingo sucks. Okay, these are very key words. Just to a teaser. So, des, me learning 21 days. Duolingo sucks. Trying to understand. Okay, trying to understand me. Gaslighting. And false assumptions. Okay, all right. So let's start with this. The comment that this person shared that allowed me to really deep dive and motivate myself to understand quite a bit more about this topic. Not comprehensive, so let's make some disclaimers. This is not comprehensive. And now this is 21 days of, again, 21 days of Japanese. And this is coming from one evening, just one evening of, I'm going to say, research. One evening of research, right? So let's go with the phrase now. There's going to be more conditions later. So it's not about being right. So it's not about being right for the time being. It's about observing, and then explaining later. In between, it's supposed to be learning, but we kind of, like the Japanese, it's implied that when you observe, you learn something in order to explain it, right? So I clearly didn't do that yesterday. So the phrase is des. I'm going to paraphrase. This is a paraphrase. Des is just to make sentences. I hope that person was implying sentences. Polite. Okay? And I made an observation in between that didn't deal with this observation, but the first comment I made was, that's interesting. Use the word just. And I said, that's an interesting Americanism. So that is an interesting Americanism. Hey Indy, you're just in time for my digression of the day. So now we have established this, right? You're here for the juicy digression part. So this is what I did all evening. So this person, right? Keep in mind, 21 days is important. Duolingo sucks. Trying to understand me, gaslighting me, and false assumptions. Those are a lot of key terms that I've linked this entire story to. And this is not to be comprehensive. From this point on, what I say about des is not comprehensive. It is because I only have 21 days of Japanese. It's one evening of research. And it's not about being right or accurate. It's about observing, learning, and eventually being able to explain it to someone. which I have not covered, because I can't explain to someone without enough experience, right? So let's keep all that in mind, and then here's how it played out, right? So this person, it was spawned, this is the root of our discussion yesterday. A lot of this is being Duolingo will lead you to presume things that actively put you on the wrong path for basic concepts. Hideyoshi, you have just done what that other person did. You have assumed what it's done for me. But I will tell you, yes and no. Yes and no. But you are a person that is very similar to this particular person. However, I really respect that you continue to be here and share your opinions on things. I disagree with you for myself because you said it will lead you. You might be using you in the informal sense, like other people. I agree. This clearly did not happen here. And I will let you know. There's a difference between supplemental material and localization that make you actively incorrect. Thanks for your opinion. Again, since you're assuming what I'm about to say by sharing those comments, you are effectively doing the same thing, similar thing that this person's doing. So we'll continue to do this. I mean, I assume that you showed up. Well, I presume that there was a high chance that you were going to jump ahead of me and make some commentary on behavioralism, which I feel is very presumptuous, except for the comment before, which you're assuming. In this case, it's not that. And there is a very big difference between supplementary material and localization. Once again, the guy in day 8 that said, I have a stick up my butt, that's an observation I absolutely agree with, but you are stating the obvious. Because supplemental material and localization are two different things. Two different terminologies, two different definitions. I don't need to understand Japanese or Duolingo design to understand that. So yes, it does sound like I have a stick up my butt right now. Because you're stating something, and then you're presuming something and assuming something about me, even before I finished saying stuff. So hold on to your thoughts. For sure, we'll come to them, hopefully. If I don't come to them, I'm sorry. It's not comprehensive, right? So let's move along here. So this person is, this is just to make sentences polite. By the way, this person making this comment, and I don't think they use Duolingo. So keep that on your cap, right? Because what you're stating is referring to me, not this person. This person didn't use Duolingo. They did not give me the impression that they use Duolingo. In fact, the phrase Duolingo sucks is coming from this person, not me. So already your two comments are way off the mark. Okay, so I asked this person, this is an interesting Americanism, and this person suggested that first of all, they didn't understand what I mean by Americanism. That's perfectly understandable because I didn't explain it, and that was my fault. Next time I will be a little bit more forceful about that, or direct about that. But regardless, I also then followed up with, I don't really think just function this way. Okay? So, yes. Put your last comment, Hideyoshi, about leading someone to presume things that actively put you on the wrong path for basic concepts. In fact, Duolingo caused me to question whether this person's simplification is accurate. And guess what? Let me dispel your next assumption. Again, I'm pretty sure this person did not use Duolingo. So before you go and presumably trash on something, which is what this person did as well, as like saying, oh yeah, supplementary material is not, so let me diminish what Duolingo is doing to actively say this is the wrong path for learning. Let's just shelve that for now, because this is not relevant in both these topics. So this person is likely a person that did not use Duolingo. So they got this simplification elsewhere. And they did give me a hint at what they did. They said they watch and read. That's all that's implied. That the implication is that watch and read Japanese. Fair enough. We don't know what that is. It's definitely not Duolingo, because they was easily dismissive of Duolingo. Much like you, Hideyoshi, you're dismissive of Duolingo. That's perfectly fine. It's acceptable. So this person has a strong aversion to Duolingo. It comes later. So I asked them, like, well, I don't really think this just functions like this, where you make the sentence polite. I mean, I agree one of the functions is to make sentences polite. Like, I agree, that's something that Duolingo kinda doesn't even imply. This person's statement is logically false. This person's statement is logical. I'm just gonna give the person the benefit of the doubt. So throwing the word around logical is not quite it, in my opinion. Hear me out. I'll give this person the fairest shake as well. This person's statement is logical. It's not technically true. So it's logical, but not technically true. Hear me out here. Okay? This is a pretty long one, because I'm going to be doing this for the next hour and a half. I don't really think des just functions this way, right? When they say just function. It's incorrect if you draw des. Your grammar is incorrect. Yes, Hideyoshi. That's one of the things. That doesn't mean it's not logical. Okay, alright, let's pause for a moment. If you're gonna talk about language, right? In my opinion, when you say something is logically false, it means the logic itself is false. Not whether it's accurate or not. So, just saying, like, this person's logic is sound, because it does do that. Now, technically, if this person is viewing this person can confirm this, their logic is sound. As in, if they only think that des does something and they confirm it, their logic would imply that that's okay. I mean, it's a logical fallacy, but it still follows. It confirms their thing, right? Perhaps. I'm being a little argumentative. Technically, it's incorrect. I'm just saying it's incorrect. But they're talking about, so they said, well, I don't get it, or like, I don't understand you. And then they gave me an example, right? This is where des is, and when you say drop your grammar and stuff, I'll get to that too. So when you get to des, this person gave me an example, right? And it doesn't necessarily, I don't remember the actual example, but it was in kana. It was in Japanese. So what he did was, I remember the phrase being the comparison of des being present and not present. And that very specific example, it was true. Okay? I'm getting to it. So, before I'll tease something about what I read about it, okay? So, this particular example, I believe, just happens to be an I, so an E adjective. Okay? We're gonna put that on the shelf because this is not supposed to be comprehensive. But I already have developed a way to remember this myself, and maybe in the future I'll get into the nitty-gritty. But functionally, this example happens to be in E adjective, as in an I adjective in English, right? It's using it, and it ends with the root, the modifier E, like the stem E, right? So technically, I agree with him. It's like, yeah, that's true. Like, I can't tell the difference in terms of this functionality. In this very specific case, yes, I agree with you. This does function to make sentences polite. Okay? Okay? So by coincidence, hear me out. I agree with this person. Des just functions to make a sentence polite in this case. Like, all right, cool, excellent, right? But I didn't know this. I didn't know this before. Like, this is during the stream, so I didn't have an evening to look at this. It just coincidentally happens. Okay. All right, Hideyoshi. I'm gonna. Okay. Here's a comment, Hideyoshi. I'm just not going to read your comments, and just not read those things because I have not covered those things yet. So, I have not covered those things yet. Even in one evening, just 4 hours of research, I will know. I can already anticipate probably 4 of the 5 things you're going to say, and one of them is that. Whereas adjectives are predicates in Japanese. That's where we're heading here. So let's just say that in my highest respect for this person to try to help me or simplify things, basically, is that I agree with them. Like, in retrospect, this person is correct. Des functions just to make this particular sentence polite. I agree. So in retrospect, in full ignorance, I'm okay with this statement. So you'll probably be able to see that yesterday. However, this I continue to say, well, no, it doesn't make me only think of this. Like, it doesn't. I can think of other things, right? I don't think this is the case based on my observation. Based on my observation. And this is where your first comment came in about Duolingo, Hideyoshi, which is Duolingo. I have observed examples that Duolingo have given, unit 1 through now unit 8, right? I have observed other patterns. Through observation, there were other patterns, all right? Not explanations. I'm not looking for an explanation for these things yet, because I'll wait on them. I do have I feel I have fairly reasonable observational skills. So I noticed patterns that would suggest Des doesn't function just to make sentences polite. And I told this person that Duolingo, through my learning of Duolingo, there are more patterns that are unexplained, right? But you can still observe the patterns. They just don't have explanations. That would make me think Des does not function just this way, okay? It is accepted in a way that one of its functions is to make sentences polite, okay? One of its functions. So that person continues to press like, no, it just is. It's quite literally. And then we had a side conversation about, well, I'm not American because I don't use it like that, which was literally my point. He's using just literally, as in Des only functions as a sentence thing. That is an Americanism. It's how you emphasize and project truth by implicating that that is the only truth. And in this case, there's observations that I've made without the knowledge of how Des functions that contradicts this. So this person says, well, I'm not American, side note, and just so you know, using an Americanism doesn't make you an American automatically. That's a assumption. That's an implication. So they could say, are you implying I'm American? That's a fair bit. But instead they went with, I'm not American, as in they're presuming that I'm assuming they're American by saying they're using Americanism. That's not how that works. There's no transitive identity when you adopt a behavior from a different culture. So clearly this person is not American, and it's kind of interesting because that also introduces a bias towards Americans. So we're really going to go deep diving for some alternative digression. They're also biased towards Americans because it almost sounds like it was repulsive. They were negating the idea that they can be associated with being American. And guess what? I speak English, American English. So I'm already having an uphill battle. And I was not really polite. I feel that upon reflection, I was quite aggressive here. So I told him immediately, like, you do know that logic is, it's flawed. When you use an Americanism, you can adopt it from anywhere, from the internet. So that person suggested, well, yeah, then I didn't use an Americanism. Like, well, you don't have to be American to use an Americanism. You use just like an American, where they're emphasizing that this is the only point. This is the only possible outcome. Des makes sentence polite. And I was insisting that this is a oversimplification. When you are really used to something and you develop habits, you become complacent and you oversimplify things. It's not to being helpful by simplifying things gives you quote unquote, oh, what the heck? Uh-oh. Why did that just go away? Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just continue from where that was. So, in our discussion, I don't know why it erased. I think there's too much on the screen and this like plugin kind of breaks. But so, regardless, I still insisted that there's more to Des. Because I can't, if Des was, for example, if I were to accept this guy's hypothesis, and I'm calling it a hypothesis because this is how I do logic, and logic is something that was brought up just now. If I accept this guy's hypothesis, then I have to try to confirm the null, try to see if the null hypothesis it has any grounds or evidence. So the null hypothesis would happen to be my feelings. So if I accept his word as someone that's clearly more experienced than me in Japanese, perhaps more experienced than me because of the way they hold themselves. And this is where they mention, well, for a person who has studied Japanese for 21 days, they should know that Des just makes sense as polite. That's the paraphrase. So they implied, I'm not sure here if they're implying like I've done this for 21 days, so I should get this. Like, well, duh, you have to know this by now. Or they're saying, it's unclear, or they're saying, dude, my man, you've only done Japanese for 21 days. You shouldn't, like, I'm helping you because this helps people understand the Japanese language by oversimplifying it. Either way, I wasn't appreciating either of those approaches, right? Those are my two interpretations. So let's go on and assume this guy, I accept that Des only functions in polite things. So this guy asks me, explain to me why you think Des has more functions. Okay? Right? And my thought was, this is where I failed. I failed miserably because I couldn't explain it. Not only that, right on the docket, I wasn't able to give examples, like exact specific examples, where it made me think that no, there are other patterns that would suggest des has more function. The only thing I mentioned in this case was, can linguistic features of language A be expressed fully in language B? That's a deep question. Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of something right now. Maybe I'll think about that. I'm gonna say yes and no, or no, I'm just gonna say no. But it's a bigger, like it's another hour thing later. But for now, it's gonna be another hour before I finish this. So I'm sorry, but it's a great question. What do you think? Can linguistics features of language A be expressed fully in language B? So my answer is no, but no is oversimplification. I don't want to give yes or no questions without explaining them, right? So for now, I don't want to digress. I don't want to derail this. So thank you for the ponderance question. So let's just say des functions, right? So what I gave the person is, when Duolingo doesn't explain the grammar yet, because it's in section 2, by the way, when they try to get a person to learn something immediately and then throw some things, you kind of notice patterns. At least myself, I notice enough patterns. So one pattern suggests that there's an association. This is what I mentioned. I dropped the word like pronoun or noun, right? There's an association with more so not so much the noun, but more so the subjects, the subject and the object. And both the subject and the object in the early units of Duolingo, they are classically focused on using subjects and objects in the form, which are in the form of a noun, right? And a lot of peculiarity came out with the idea of implicit nature of pronouns as well, or the subject, right? And then the object, they started with nouns like sushi, ocha, right? Like ocha desu, sushi desu. And then you had the introductions like Ken desu, Naomi desu, things like that, right? So at the core, yeah, Hideyoshi, I'm just gonna stop reading your things because you're really need to not make comments before I get to them. But thanks. I'm trying to be very respectful to your inclination to state something before I'm getting to it. It's kind of like a impatient person who always skips to the end. Respectfully. So, pattern association. So, what does this tell me? Well, this is what I mentioned. There's some association with noun usage in Duolingo for the early examples. So, lots of your early vocabulary and early examples, and these units, by the way, are not focused even remotely on grammatic explainers. So that is not the intent of the design of Unit 1. So do not criticize something about basics and explicits when they're not intended to do so. That is condescension and that is disrespectful, in my opinion. And that's myopic. So let's place that clear. When there's something that's not intended to do something and you criticize it for it not doing it, well, that's being insensitive to the design, in my opinion. So let's just go ahead and say that. And then interrupting someone and superseding what they're about to say is the same insensitivity. Anyways, so at least this point, all I know so far is I can observe this. There's an association of subject and object with the presence of des. that isn't necessarily involved in politeness. So if at all, this would support the null hypothesis, as in it will reject this person's hypothesis of politeness, right? So it's not just making sense is polite. No matter what this is, the observations do not specifically support this person's concept. And then this person pressed like, well, explain more. Like, give me an example and stuff. It's like, well, I can't. I'm still learning Japanese. It's kind of hard for me to do this. I didn't spend years or something to iron this. But what I can tell you is there is at least an association of the subject and object with the use of des. And I even said something like, because I see this pattern, I am mechanically operating on this pattern without any formal learning or explainer. So there has been no explainer. I have not looked for an explainer. I haven't even thought about sentence structure yet, because I embrace how Duolingo is trying to teach people in order to see what it actually does, not somebody's perception extending from observing someone. Okay, just as this is empirical observation versus implicit or inference. So much like your presumption about me, where Duolingo is possibly leading me down the wrong path of basic concepts, it actually led me to a more in-depth understanding of the concept because I observed what Duolingo did. So contrary. Okay, so that's an implicit inference you're making from observations, right? You're not actually literally doing the thing. And oftentimes commentary and advice is offered when you're implicitly inferring what's going on, as opposed to empirically being here to see the whole thing before actually making commentary. Okay, so what does this end me with? Well, this person basically just laughed and we never hear from them again. That's it. We just never hear from them again. This is where the conversation ends. So what does this lead me? Well, that evening, which is actually yesterday, last night, I at least tried to educate myself, because for me, I was dissatisfied. I was dissatisfied with how I was unable to explain. So I was dissatisfied with my lack of just examples. Is largely my criticism of myself. I just lacked examples, and usually this is a great thing, because what this means is I have a learning opportunity. So here's where I'm not going to entertain anyone who wants to be technical. So this is not technical, what I'm about to say. It's not technical. Again, not comprehensive. It's a learning process. And I want to do a shout out because Indy is here, right? And this is what I mean by yesterday's wonderful question that Indy asked me, that I had an opportunity to answer again. Do I learn the wrong way to expect to correct it later? And that was the whole video, the digression about constructive versus destructive learning. So to correct it later. And I basically could not answer this directly. I actually learn a way to remember something and then change and add to the thing. So I don't ever think of something when someone throws in the word wrong, I can't empathize with you. So I learn a way, assess the observations, and then I add on to it. So I welcome people to add on to my knowledge. And then eventually, whatever I end up with, it's the combination of everything. So I don't rest on a pattern. I don't rest on a specific concept. Much like I don't rest on the idea that des only has one function. In fact, the example I gave the person is a meta function. And let me qualify what a meta function is, because it involves in learning in addition. A meta function is, yes, we can talk about the literal correct use of des, right? But it doesn't help the meta function of remembering things. Often. For myself, I'm speaking for myself now. So oftentimes I create associations to initially remember stuff and practice stuff. And oftentimes people think, well, this leads to bad habits. And then that's fair enough. It may. I'm going to say it might or may lead to bad habits. I don't see these as bad habits. I see these as temporary stepping stones. And that's just my way of learning. Okay? So I develop temporary associations in order to facilitate remembering things when I can't remember them. So a lot of times they serve meta functions. And one of the meta functions of des is that it is associated with a subject and an object for the time being. That is the observation. And so I spend that evening trying to figure out, why am I getting this impression? Why am I getting the impression that is associated with subject and object? Operating on the hypothesis. My hypothesis, you might be surprised. My hypothesis is I'm wrong because I haven't learned enough yet. That is the most obvious hypothesis here, because Duolingo did not talk about grammar. So the hypothesis, the obvious hypothesis, is I'm probably inaccurate because I haven't actually learned any grammar. So the null hypothesis is, are my observations accurate though? Are my operations accurate at least? Or like, is this at least something that I'm observing properly, right? Is something not wrong, basically, about my learning process? Is a subject and object anything associated with des? So I'm not offering a masterclass in Japanese or anything. I'm just confirming if there is something more than making a sense polite. That is the whole goal. Not what it is, not everything it is. It's not comprehensive. So, long story short, I spent 4 to 5 hours digging for just des compartmentalized. So not even the whole scape of the whole structure. So what I can confirm is, yes, indeed, des has more functions. Okay? Fair enough. It's a blanketed statement. It's someone who only has 21 days. And we'll go into a little bit more just to illustrate how I concluded this, so I can explain it a little bit better from a limited learning potential here of 21 days. So there are situations where des is required because des can act as a copula verb, right? And sure enough, in the beginning, we have the noun plus copula verb combination. And des acts as the copula verb. So this is in an additional function. We're not going to go into the technicalities and stuff in the interest of time. And there was, in the beginning, there were also maybe one verb, like just standalone action verb. Implicitly, it's kind of very similar, but this is where des came in first. The noun, copula verb. Then there was examples. Some of the first adjectives happens to be e adjectives or I adjectives for the linguistic peeps who are talking to English people, right? The I adjectives, right? And I adjectives, the ones that were introduced in Duolingo, happens to be the ones that are also predicates on their own. And without going into what predicates are, especially using the English term predicates, because I know quite a lot about English grammar, we're just going to leave it at that. Predicates are, we're going to say, functionally the summation of the main verb and all its auxiliary modifications onto that predicate, that verb, right? We're just going to blanketly say that. It's much, much deeper. I guarantee you it is much, much deeper. However, I adjectives were the first in the Duolingo units. So it just so happens in this very situation, when it's we're not gonna introduce the whole like wa particle, but the equivalence. So when you have the subject and the object, if the object happens to be an I adjective, it is a predicate in its own. So in this function, if you add des, it follows logically for what that person said. It makes the phrase polite. But when a I adjective is at the end, it becomes a predicate. And a predicate has the assumption that it can act as a copulative verb. Okay? Oh, hey, look, it's Mr. Day. It's Day 8 guy. So, hi, Day 8 guy. I was expecting Day 18 guy, but there we go. Anyways, here we go. Let's keep going. Again, not technical, not comprehensive. We're trying to confirm that des functions elsewhere. So here we go. Confirmed everything I said about the Day 8 guy, but let's keep going. So here we go. And des has, so we know that des has more function, right? Because when you get into, yesterday I learned my first na adjective by sheer coincidence. These are just observations. So I noticed that, wait a minute, and we talked about the Indy and I kind of talked about this, where there is he teased about the na particle, right? And which just happens to be relevant to the situation of the na adjective. So however, when na adjectives are used, let's just say, as the object, the predicate, right, or the predicate position, the object position, this requires a copula verb, which happens to be des. So again, this is a second function or a third function, however you're keeping track. It's just more than one. We just have to confirm it's more than one, right? We're all on at least on the same page. It's more than one. All right, and then there's more, right? Des is functioning as something that can be conjugated. And then here's the big scooper that led to this guy saying Duolingo sucks. And I agree with him in a sense that, or her, or whoever, I agree with him that it doesn't explain any of this. That's probably what the person's implying. So the person's implying when they say Duolingo sucks, which Hideyoshi has made pretty clear that Duolingo sucks because they actually don't explain these things. Now the question is, in Unit 1, which is all I have right now, I'm actually not even at the end of, or Section 1, sorry. Section 1, right? It's not grammar. So what do I do when it's not grammar, as not intended? I'm looking for patterns. So here's the last pattern that I notice that would lead me to believe that des serves a different function, right? So, and again, these are called digressions, just because I saw a commentary and I'm not reading that comment yet. Digressions are not lectures. Lectures are formal, efficient, right? So when someone tries to summarize something, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for memory, learning, and empirical experience. So it's going to be long. And I've already prefaced by saying this was going to take at least an hour and 30 minutes without interruptions. Right? Anyways, so Duolingo sucks. Which probably, this person doesn't strike me as someone who uses Duolingo, because they probably already know the examples I'm talking about if they use Duolingo. So the implicitness is they don't explain anything. And I'm suggesting that it's not even intended. However, it doesn't stop me from seeing these patterns. So the last pattern, which Duolingo happens to encounter too, and it is a very specific use case. And they introduced a na adjective before the person even knows it's a na adjective, right? And they used it in the attributive form. I forgot which one I'm thinking of because I haven't even learned how to distinguish between them yet. We did get our first introduction into that. We even got the first introduction of the ga, like the ga object, right? So that's not even close yet. We're not even diving deep. It was actually kind of difficult for me to even understand these because we haven't gotten there yet. Slow, steady, stop running the pace. I don't want internet hustle culture. This is not about internet hustle culture. If it was, I would only post a 10-minute video with the most refined, concise formulation of this story and provide it as though it's trivial. This is not trivial to me. I really respect and need to give proper time to the people who spent their time commentating. So I'll get to that eventually. So non-adjective before not before the person. I meant before the object. So then the object, this would put the null adjective into the attributive form, right? The attributive form. And in those cases, I forgot by coincidence. This is by coincidence. I forgot to add des. And these are incomplete sentences. Written. Because when the na is using the attributive form, it's not a predicate anymore. And that's also kind of true about e adjectives or I adjectives. However, I could think of some examples like oishi, I don't know, oishi, ocha, right? And I accidentally, early on, I forgot, I dropped the des, right? I dropped the des. As in, not drop it into a sentence, as in, I forgot it. And those aren't predicates. I adjectives and na adjectives in the attributive form is not considered a predicate. And at minimum, Japanese sentences require predicates. Not verbs, predicates, right? Because of the explicit nature of using an English term to describe that. So all this, in the end, even if I don't know, we're not going for accuracy here. We're not going for precision. This is not like comprehensive, okay? But before everyone just like starts swinging their like extra knowledge, right? And I'm welcoming that eventually. It is more. Des serves more functions than just making sentences polite. However, when that person presented their evidence and they had a narrative presented, it is logically sound. They presented a case where it confirms their confirms their hypothesis. Oops, I'm writing off to the edge. But they produced a case and situationally tried to provide advice for me in a simplified manner. Okay? And I know that there are a lot of people here that don't like simplification. They are very passionate about language here. And I've already seen a bunch of questions and explainers. Absolutely. Simplification is different from explaining something complicated but understandable. And to me, in retrospect, this person strikes to me as someone like me who is learning Japanese. And they're trying to find associations somewhere. And a lot of times, yes, that can lead to bad habits. And it's up to that person to decide if it's a bad habit or a stepping stone for learning. In contrast to what I see a lot of people assume about me, I'm not inexperienced. Okay? I'm not inexperienced in learning. I actually spend most of my time working on habit formation. And the first step to understanding how to manage habit formation is to stop using in my opinion, to stop using words like wrong, bad, and permanent, or implying that it's permanent. Okay? So for now, I have about a 4 to 5 hour data mine of consensus of trying to explain a Japanese concept, right? A Japanese concept using English as the facilitating language. All right? So English is the facilitating language. And much like what the earlier question from our new guests here, is that my effective answer is no, it can't comprehensively and explicitly introduce and summarize transferably. But it is a facilitating language, and we must use it in some way. Just like if I start talking Fujianese, there are very, very extraordinary things that I cannot explain now, but I can observe, and I can't explain them because I haven't learned how to express them. And even then, there's a limitation between a loss and translation. Fair enough, right? What you can do with a facilitating language is often see what is likely not the case and what is the case. And in this situation, it all stemmed from the beginning of the conversation with using the word just. Just implies to me a simplification. And I was just making a commentary on this type of phrase. And just so you know, right? Just so you know, as a lack of a better word, I'm not the biggest fan of simplification for complex topics. And much like all the people here who can't help but say it is more complex, I feel you. I absolutely feel you. But I'm not here to trying to explain how I feel or how others feel. I want to talk about the person I'm talking to. And I do feel hopefully that person enjoys Japanese and perhaps find out that des has more functions. Will they or will they not? It's based on their mindset and motivation. In my opinion. Right. In my opinion. So, that person, it has a logically sound thing, which lulled me into agreeing with them. And I'm okay with that because in my mindset, I'm not rushing to become a comprehensive person. I'm seeing where the logic is and where the observations tell me. It was just a disagreement because I observed other things in Duolingo that just doesn't fit there, but I couldn't explain it yet. That's why you learn. When you learn, you can learn to explain, and I can sort of explain things. But in the interest of time, because this is the internet and the hustle culture, most people will try to supersede me and explain it and arguably also simplify it in a shorter amount, like say a paragraph of dialogue or something. That's fair to them, right? You would love to hear an example from Fujanese? Fujanese, chỉ đúng ngoài mẹ ni bon wa ma yang o yao just ni bon wa. I said that right now it's questionable if I know enough Japanese. A little Japanese. Niya ni bon wa. And you can probably hear that the adoption of Nihon, right? Nihon, Nibon. Nibon is the Fujanese, at least Fujanese way of saying Japan. So my parents always say Nibon, like Nibon nine. Nine is Jin. Nihon Jin, Nibon nine. So that's that's Fujanese. And I'm completely illiterate in Mandarin, by the way. That's the next language. I want to become more fluent in Mandarin. And that's not Mandarin, but Fujanese use the writing system, right? So I'm completely illiterate. This is my actual first language is Fujanese. Yeah. And is there an analogy of the use case of des? Unfortunately, I have no idea. I only talk in common tongue, so I don't think there's a syllable for des. So like sipono jirung waikian oko. Jirung waikian oko. There's no des in it. Or like there's no like thing at the end of a sentence or des position or something. It just says jirung right now waikian oko. Why me Gianoko, as in I'm leaving now. So I don't know if there's a polite way of saying, like there's no like modifier that would make that polite. It's those are the literal words like Wagiano, that's it. There's nothing else. Yeah, I think Japanese has added that layer. You know, while it adopted some stuff as a basis, I love that Japanese culture added on top of that, in my opinion. So, okay. So let's go over some of the stuff. Let's think. Does Duolingo offer easily accessible data sheets of practice from which we can infer its teaching structure? No. Yes. No. It does not. The closest thing I love right now about Duolingo is it does it provides a template. It provides a template. So again, it goes back to what Hideyoshi said. It's supplementary. And the thing about supplementary is, I already talked about this too, where that word supplementary is a categorical, tell of someone's value. So supplementary would imply optional, or it's secondary, or even less than secondary. That's the perception I have. To me, I think of Duolingo, in my opinion, think of Duolingo as a template. So it does a lot of templating. And when you're doing templating, you get something like iOS. Okay, iOS design. It's templating. So it acts on intuition with incredibly like we're gonna use the word basic core structure. So when you're looking for an easily accessible data sheet, even simpler than that, what they do is they do guidebooks, right? Guidebooks is a summary system, just like give you like the tips and catalog of some of the topics that were in a specific unit. It's incredibly simplified. And what it's trying, in my opinion, what you can take from a non-supplemental material, if you're using it as a learning basis, what I can see from this is, hey, it doesn't tell you you should make a guidebook. Think about how to make a guidebook. Here's a great example. Here are some key phrases. You should get a notebook and make key phrases of everything. What it's suggesting is it's creating a habit. It's creating a habit of doing a lot of things that work, but not in great detail. So, and then you have characters, right? So hiragana, right? Hiragana structured in this way. Hiragana is structured in this way. Katakana, right, is structured in this way. You should use this as a starting point, a template, because when you're thinking about a product that needs to be approachable and accessible, generally all the planning and all the detail work is made in a extremely what Hideyoshi would use as a supplemental approach, which is to enhance something core. If you're using the design, if you're actually studying Duolingo design, which Hideyoshi seems to imply that the person is interested in design, such is business. That's a phrase, in my opinion, demonstrating that you know something about design and business cues. I disagree with you just because of how easily dismissive you are about how Duolingo structure works. This is the start of what a person would use as a foundation of habits, but people don't learn the habits. They use the tool and don't use the skills that it's compensating for. So when you ask for, is this an easily accessible data sheet? Not particularly. It's not, and it will leave you wanting more. Generally, if you're passionate about Japanese, all this stuff won't be enough. And that is the design that's intended for Duolingo. It's enough to show you that you are interested. It's not enough to promote the learning skill sets that require you to acquire a language, right? So not only is it not supplementary, in my opinion, if you take Duolingo as a design program, like looking at the design choices, you will, in my opinion, learn a lot about the things you should expand on as a technique for learning. Not Japanese, learning, just specifically learning. And that's my original goal of using Duolingo. It is not to be a master of Japanese. It is to demonstrate how to understand what is intended design versus what you want to see in a product. There's a very huge difference between constructive data sets, like constructive criticism about a product in the context of what it's intended to do versus out of context. So destructive criticism is what I typically use the phrase for when things are taken out of context. You can't criticize someone if you don't know their intent. Just like offering advice. You offer advice knowing the intent of that person, not offering advice unsolicited. That can be both destructive. It could help, for sure. But a lot of times, it might even be confusing, counterproductive, and destructive. Or even discouraging, in fact. And Duolingo stays away from that. And that's part of some of the business design choices when it comes to app design. Not such as business, as in efficiency, being harsh, being like, there's a motivation behind it. Much like Japanese, the use of the function des has a lot of intricate and nuanced uses, right? So does design. So when you go around trivializing people's hard work, are you expecting people to trivialize your understanding of Japanese? I mean, as far as I know, in the true spirit of Japanese, things are not that simple. And then kanji. Kanji has practice and stuff. So what I would insist is you create a data sheet, I suppose. That should be, in my opinion, as someone who probably strive to be a polyglot or a multilingual person, these strategies are already at part of your core. I already have data sheets and whatnot. So I'm coming into this expressing things that I bring to Duolingo as well while using it. So there are a lot of things I've already said that I do that's outside of Duolingo, but I stream Duolingo because it's streamable. And I like to use Duolingo as a platform to suggest other learning techniques. It's not about learning Japanese, it's about learning. I know that's kind of like saying des is not just making sentences polite. It serves other functions, and if it overlaps, it happens to seem like the same function. Learning to learn is different from learning Japanese. Sorry, but not sorry, really. This is where I enter the whole specialization specific things. Getting people to learn is not the same as learning in the context of Japanese. Getting to people learn in general is Duolingo's intent, not how accurate and how precise and how effortful they make towards any specific language. But yes, data sheets would be very valuable in deducing how it works. Absolutely, because I do those data sheets myself and it would really help. Like a web design, like a webbing, maybe a visualization. I generally use an approach where you take like A, right, B, C, maybe even Venn diagrams, right? We're taking an element here, like element na, element to, right? And then you do connections. Visualization helps, including different representations of data. Absolutely. That is a great addition. It also means that perhaps one can develop those skills. Because if it's provided, right? Say if data sheet is provided. This is generally what I mean by there is a trade-off. If a data sheet is provided, will users learn to make data sheets? We don't know because they don't provide data sheets, like plus or minus data sheets. But an option would be great. What I mean is options are always great. Options, right? Add plus or minus data sheet. Do I want data sheet? Turn it on. Do I not want? Sure. Feature rich, right? Feature rich. Great. What does that mean? Money. Time. And people like such is business. Like Hideyoshi's comment. Well, one thing's for sure. You extract nearly 95% of Duolingo at $0. If you're in a hustle culture, right? If you're in a hustle culture, no, this is not $0. It's probably like $10 a month because, you know, that's their business model. So there you go. And let me read the rest of the comments because we're ending this digression. I spent an hour and a half, more or less, is what I wanted to keep it to. All right. So I see that perhaps my comment about my stick up my butt is pretty apt right now. Okay. Des is the polite language, or copula, mostly equivalent to is in English in a sentence which makes sense more polite without having any other meaning. An example as the copula could, okay, fair enough. Des can also be used after, yep, and the negative plain form of verbs, in which case it only serves to make the sentence more polite. Fair enough. Yes, we cover that too. I saw you arguing with someone again in the carousel and couldn't help myself. Hopefully this settles my 30-minute long argument. Well, unfortunately, I'm not settling, so let's make a commentary. I'm not selling an argument because we were talking about different things. Notice in that actual video, I agreed with him. There wasn't an argument. There was an impasse of understanding. And what I mean by that is I couldn't explain properly what my point was. That was a failure. I couldn't explain what my point was concisely. Wow, that person actually made a point that was logically sound based on their sample size, right? And much like the comment you made about the argument, that is also sound from your perspective. However, since we're 1 hour and 30 minutes into this is exactly what I'm doing. This is exactly what I'm doing. And what did I do? I spent a whole evening trying to process it. And I will continue to hold that memory. And I will also continue to hold our discussion from day 8, right? About the stick, arrogance. So these things, they're all tied together. Thanks for the commentary though. No, it doesn't settle. Technically, if I were to say how helpful that was, it wasn't, because I already spent an hour and a half. It's probably been already an hour by the time you made that comment, and I was addressing this from yesterday. Instead of cursorily looking at a video, it went a lot longer than that actual video. And I wanted to pay as much respect to a person who was willing to actually understand me, at the same time oversimplified things, right? Because I couldn't explain it. So that was actually my failure here. I just had this feeling like, I don't think that makes sense, or like it didn't click with me very well, and I wasn't able to do that. So no, I didn't settle the argument because I didn't feel like we had an argument. We had two different points. My point was inclusive of that person's point. As in, I agree one of the functions of des is making a polite speech, right? Which you pointed out yourself. And then there are very much situations where des has other functions. And I am aware of a great deal of those functions. I decided to read, just as a credits off to this person, I decided to read excerpts from 80/20 Japanese. And what I mean is the 80/20 Japanese book, just for this very section on des. So, take it for what it's worth. I tried to read, and guess what? This is still not on the Duolingo agenda. I mean, I learn as I see it. I don't jump ahead if I don't need to. Learning is a lifelong skill. As fast as you want me to go, as accurately as you want me to go, the journey is the richest part. If you want to speed ahead and go to the end, by all means do so, right? So it's funny because when someone put a time on something, the 30-minute argument, this isn't going to be a 30-minute argument. It's a memory for a lifetime. So it doesn't stop at 30 minutes. Just like most of these comments. Dropping to say hi. Also, you've known a na adjective for a while. Yeah, exactly. I technically knew a na adjective for a while. Yes, Lotus. Thanks for saying hi. I don't know if you're still here, but yes, I did find that out yesterday after evening. That's why I said like, yeah, and I didn't get to it yet. By the time you made that comment, you were probably making that comment when I was still at the noun and copula verb and the I adjectives. And sounds great. Is there okay? I wouldn't think so. Japanese is totally a different language family. Yeah, we only think of it being close because of the loan numbers. Yeah, the loan words, the number of loan words. Sorry. Sure wish the grammar points were on the side rather than achievement and gems. Fair enough. Such is business. For now, agree to disagree. We'll talk about structure, motivation, which one's more important. Having motivation, positive feedback of progress versus being constantly reminded on the front screen about all the things you have to learn, right? So there's an art to it. So perhaps not. It's a really big another session about prioritizing motivation over comprehension. ZF talked about economy of languages. Languages resort to abbreviation, other shorter forms of expression. Perhaps it is universal that politeness means resistant to economy by adding words, syllables, suffixes, and honorifics, and so on. Absolutely. Giz, if you are still here, Giz, we actually talked about this quite a bit. When someone said in day 3, yes, in day 3, someone said like, oh yeah, you know, gozaimasu. They were talking about ultra politeness. I forgot who mentioned about ultra politeness versus business politeness, casual, like different variances of politeness. And someone suggested to me like, that's something that doesn't exist in English. And I would say, hold on to your hats. This is a fun little digression. I think it was, or a fun little nod back to, I think it was between day 4 and 5. This is before I met a lot of you guys, actually. And I really appreciate your presence on adding. Day 3 to 5, as in like within the first week, someone wanted to introduce and talk about des because it had something to do with politeness. And I knew this already because I watch anime and stuff, but this is the like surface level, like just the first thing. And I understand from even in day 21 yesterday why this is the case, psychologically, sociologically as well. So day 3 to 5, someone mentioned like, oh yeah, you know, there's not this in English. And I would say, I told them yes and no. No, yes, I agree literally. But no, figuratively. And we had a super fun, candid trip down this lane where I told people how I switch voices in English. So If you wanted to be someone who really elevate your English game, right? A lot of times you do notice certain patterns. And when it comes to politeness, you hit the nail on the coffin. It deals with economy. Economy is such a great way. And I actually did not think of using the word. I didn't actually use the word economy. I used the word tarsh and verbose. Being tarsh and verbose, like being concise and precise in English often comes up as aggressive, direct, and potentially less pleasant, right? And then when you become more agreeable and polite, it's often this purveyor of investing in economy. When you invest more economy, it feels like there is more effort and more consideration, more compassion in the talk. So when someone is trying to be, if someone paraphrased, for example, my 1 hour discussion into 10 minutes, this feels casual. This feels formal. Okay? And it's all relative, right? If the starting baseline is 1 minute for you, then 10 minutes would feel unnecessarily formal or something like that. But when you think of politeness, if you increase the economy of your phrases in English, that is mirroring the increased verboseness of Japanese. And that's a feature that is captured in English, in my opinion. Not necessarily the literal words, but the figurative feeling of it. So how I'm speaking right now, I'm using words, considerations, specific logic, and it takes a really long time to get to my point. But the idea is it becomes more formal, and if you are trying to be polite to someone, you generally extend your descriptor language in English. For example, we made a joke. Someone said like, "May I have a pizza? And may I request a pizza from your shop, please?" Versus pizza now. Like, yeah, I'd like a pizza right now. And even adding right now is more descriptive than just I want a pizza. May I have a pizza at your convenience? May I request pizza? Or if you happen to have pizza, may I order one? Like, as the economy expands in English, it often comes off as more formal and polite. There's no literal modifier or particle or any element that would insist that it becomes more polite. However, when you talk to someone and you listen to someone as a native English speaker, you will notice that certain people who sound very agreeable tend to be incredibly explicit and descriptive in an engaging way that even its length is pulled out, but you don't mind listening to them. As opposed to someone who sounds rough, unrefined, and short on words. So I've said in the over 9 minutes of time, I practically went over the same couple topics multiple ways without sounding redundant. And that is an element of trying to engage someone while reiterating something. Instead of being pedantic, rudely pedantic. It's still pedantic, but rudely pedantic. Like my yesterday's conflicted emotional response was that this person kept telling me, "Des just makes sentences polite. Des just makes sentences polite. I don't get you. Des just makes sentences polite." That iteration without greater economy and investment comes off as rude and potentially very condescending. So would you want a teacher, for example, as someone who's trying to convince someone to consider new ideas, you find 3 or 4 alternative ways to present the same point. That is exponentially more polite than someone saying, get good. Did you get good yet? Hey, did you get good? Just get good. It's that easy. Get good. Just get good. Learn harder. Try harder. Keep trying harder. That's impolite. That's rude. That's an iteration, short on words, not adding to the economy of your explainers. And that is the closest, in my opinion, surrogate to English. To the point where I immediately added that point when someone says, oh yeah, you know, English does not have a equivalent figurative feel of being polite. Well, here's the slight deep cut, right? If you don't feel that way, it probably means one of the big likelihood is you work in a professional background that doesn't require you to be as eloquent as you may feel. And oftentimes those people who push back on me are those who are in a field where they get to express whatever their opinions are, throw out professionalism or the need for professionalism. If I have a stick up my butt, then it's my problem, not yours, right? Like, this person's the jerk, not me. So you don't need to practice those skills in English. If you run your own business and you're incredibly successful, you might not need the elegance of synonymous speech or changing your speech pattern and getting more quiet and then getting a lot louder. All these things are nuances of English that I say, once again, back to day 18 guy, the Mr. Linguist guy, the baseline of acceptable English is far lower than the baseline acceptable competency of Japanese. The reason why people are very aggressive against each other, even people who learn Japanese as a second language, is because rules, dictation, those things are very baseline heavy. So when someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo leads you into a wrong path of basic concepts with Japanese, I agree. I absolutely agree. Because the baseline of Japanese is so much higher. That's why when you say basic concepts, it's not the same for me. The basic concepts of Japanese might be a lot higher, and wrong paths can happen. I just don't approach Japanese in the same way that you do. I'm not, unfortunately, no disrespect, of course. I prefer the English learning flexibility, molding it into the Japanese perspective. So like, I'm taking the elements that I find very agreeable about the Japanese language and I'm adding it to my learning collection. So whether that is learning the wrong way only to correct it later, that's subjective. And to quote one of my favorite influencers, who is a very well-written author, no bias intended, who is a great YouTube respected person of intellectual standing. Language serves as a secondary capture. It is categorically going to be less expressive than the whole thing. So any language will lack and trade off in something that isn't the whole picture. So while English might lack something, it has something. While Japanese has something, it will lack something. And there will be a loss in translation, right? And in order to really truly delve into and live in them is to be able to live both languages. Well, unfortunately, life, we are linear time creatures. So based on our acquisition, we can't unlearn experiences. You can try really hard. And I talked about this yesterday about constructive versus destructive learning. If you're spending most of your time trying to unlearn habits that make you who you are, by all means, go ahead. I generally don't. When I see a habit that didn't have the desired pragmatic application, I try to apply that habit and mold it into something that is applicable now. I don't see my English habits as bad for Japanese. I see it as something I could change to make it more appropriate and add on to learn Japanese. I don't like, in my opinion, personally, I don't like throwing away things that I know in order to be better at something that is after. I like to meld them together. I'm a multicultural person. I talk about multiculturalism all the time. It's not in the spirit of Japanese. It's definitely not in the spirit of people who compartmentalize. So if you compartmentalize and say Japanese is not the same as English, fair enough. I absolutely agree. Japanese is not the same as English. What do I think about it? I associate English with Japanese because they are both part of me. So instead of saying one is bad, one is good, one's better at this, one is not, when I know that English can't do this, I know Japanese can do this. When I know Japanese can't do this, I know English can do this. Knowing what Japanese can and cannot do reminds me of what English cannot and cannot do. That is the richness of learning cumulatively, not destructively. When you tell yourself, oh yeah, I don't need Romaji anymore because I want to abandon the crutch that is the romance character for Japanese, I want to know both. The answer is both. If I can't do both really well, that's fine. I want to know both. It's all of the above. It's not one or the other. Does des only serve one function? Well, if it doesn't, that's fine. If it only serves one function, that's fine too. My world is only as big as I make it, right? And this person's world apparently is a world where des only makes sense as polite. Does it make you angry? Does it upset you? Does it prevent you from emotionally? That's up to you. It doesn't affect me emotionally. It does allow me, though, to talk about these things. And it's my favorite part about talking about these things. It's applying mindset and motivating your one sub to come to terms with the idea that I just don't know a lot of things. But I sure as heck find it super fun to try to learn about those things, even if I'm not going to be a master of them. And that's learning to learn, not learning to master a skill. Data sheets would be valuable. This is not related to conversation, but this is the kanji I'm learning now. What the? I don't know if Lotus is still here, but oh man. What is that? What is that kind? Another nice feature would be providing a corpus tool. Yeah, that you can observe many uses of des. That's true. That's true. I think I like sentence diagramming. So another great feature that they could add in the future is universally using a trying to like create the Duolingo version perhaps of modifiable or like structural diagramming. I talked about English sentence diagramming before, and how I came with all those patterns was me applying the English sentence diagramming and then modifying it to adjust to the Japanese sentence diagramming. So that was the only coincidentally, because of that, when I was reading about the grammar yesterday on des, it helped me orient my tentative sentence diagram structure that I was visualizing in my head, and I was easily able to orient it so that I could see where the des was coming from. I don't know that that was what modern linguistic people do. I just know that it helps me organize the information. So I actually have some preliminary stuff that I do that I doodle around all the time. So I use arrows and connections all the time, but that's what visualize in my head most of the time. So things can be slower, but I'm not aiming to be the fastest speaker in the world or in anything. I don't think fluency involves specifically how fast and how second nature things are. Controversial hot take, I suppose. but that's just me from a learning perspective. So I'm apologize for those who believe that that is the whole point of being fluent in a language. Fair enough. I can't speak English very quickly anymore. In fact, I actually, when I was a little kid, when I was younger, I used to speak and muddle a lot, like so rapidly that my language and articulation was not very great. I've met a lot of brilliant people in my life, and they speak so fast that it's almost unintelligible when they were young. And over time, I'm sure now if I meet them again, their speech pattern probably has slowed down intentionally to be a little bit more dynamic, right? So my English speech pattern is inherently, I would say, 15 to 20% slower than someone who would otherwise be incredibly skilled and intellectual person, in my opinion. So naturally, when you're watching a YouTube video, most of my digressions are probably 20 to 30% longer than someone who would get done with saying all the things I've said in the same amount of time. That's a behavioralism that I'm willing to take. I slow down quite a lot. I pause a lot instead of trying to fill in the sound. Okay, the segments have patterns. Okay, Lotus making... Nobody ever uses the kanji for kirei? That's annoying. Oh my gosh, what the heck? It just looks like a block of... it just looks like a block of white color from my text size. I don't think politeness is always the sacrifice of economy in every culture. Don't quote me on this. We're not saying every culture. I literally only talked about English and Japanese. So, infer away. I legitimately just said English and Japanese. So, it's another presumption. It's an inference that you're making about what I'm saying. But in this case, I'm literally just talking about English. And in the United States, by the way. English in the United States. Sorry, American English in the United States. As someone who uses Americanized English in the United States. Not English in a different country as well. So the other potential reference to what Hideyoshi is saying is other people in other countries using English, that could be also an argument. He might not, like Hideyoshi might not be referring to that, but that's a meta argument too. That could happen, where it's more polite to be harsh and concise in English in, like, I don't know, Italy or something. Generally speaking though, to be polite, you have to use more English words. To be polite and to be more concise and not to lead to misunderstandings, English is a descriptor language. It requires more words to be precise. When you continue to use pronouns, this, that, these, those, the passive voice, ambiguity sets in. And ambiguity relies on meta understanding. That goes beyond the language at the moment. Because English, when it becomes abbreviated, it takes on a lot of weight, and those weight leads to misunderstanding. And being polite often you want to reduce the chance of misunderstanding, in my opinion. In my native language, Turkish, in a Aglu native language, you add syllables and syllables to words if you want to be more polite. Oh, that's cool. From the discourse perspective, you still be aggressive or hostile even when being polite. Oh, okay. That's pretty neat. I could see some language isolate where politeness is gauged by how little of the other. Yeah. Again, I could too, Hideyoshi. I could too. I was talking again about American English, and presumably I wasn't being specific enough, but I am an American. I'm from the northeast side of the United States, so my educational background comes from the university standards of the United States. So oftentimes when you go to a lecture by a person like in the scientific field or an expert field, they attempt to be as explicit as possible. And that often comes off as more formal, or in this case, formal and potentially polite, because they're trying to remove the necessity for the other person to try to secondhand guess and misunderstand you. The consistency goes up as the volume of the words. You can also become more efficient as well. As the volume balloons, there's going to be a diminished return, right? There's a bell curve. It can go too long, and becoming more efficient requires that you learn more less used words to be more concise. And then the alternative is to abbreviate and weigh and contract words in order to fill in more words. So the volume itself is still consistently larger while compressing. So we already talked about the parallels between compressing a language using kanji versus compressing a language using contractions and abbreviations in English. And that actually does lead to casualness, because casualness implies that you're always on the same page. So when I say TBH, just literally say TBH. I honestly prefer to say to be honest. In the matter of fact, I don't usually use weighty phrases like to be honest anymore, because the overuse and iteration of such a phrase becomes casual, because it can be anything now. So the precision of a casual word loses its, like, it's a wild west to understanding the sentiments in the phrase to be honest now in online, in the English language, right? Like, to be honest, what is that inferring? That you're not honest most of the time? Or you're being honest despite the fact that someone might find it disagreeable? Are you excusing yourself for saying something? Are you going to subvert my expectations by saying to be honest? Are you priming me for some bad news or good news? Are you being helpful or being aggressively not helpful? Or candid, perhaps? It's casual speak. It comes off as confusing. Formal politeness, the lead to formal and politeness is to always assure the person you're talking to is on the same page. And in English, you require more words most of the time. And it's not just single phrases. When we're talking about English, we're talking about paragraphical phrases, like paragraphs of sentences. Because a lot of times you require more than one sentence even to sound polite. And the elegance of Japanese is that they've compressed this, and that's fantastic. You can even be saying something rude politely. That's kind of efficient, and I like it. I like Japanese take on it. And I'm not going to say that is represented in English literally. It isn't. It really isn't. Figuratively, there are ways to do that in English that isn't literally the way Japanese do. That's all I'm saying. So it's kind of one of those things, like, when you focus on what there isn't, that doesn't mean you can't get that tool to do something similar. Not literal. The more you think about it literally, in my opinion, you get to that same mindset where that guy is telling me, this is the truth, the one truth, and nothing but the truth, says the non-American. It's not just this. Learning involves problem solving and creating new things. I'm not trying, and just to end this whole segment, again, because it is worth iterating, I am not trying to be Japanese. I'm trying to be an English speaker who has a background in a heritage in Chinese, trying to appreciate Japanese in that perspective. I believe my perspective is somewhat unique because I preserve my identity, much like Japanese people want to preserve their language and their identity. My identity is from the cultural richness of being a mix of cultures, not purity and compartmentalization. So, will I make errors like a gaijin? Yes, absolutely. Will a Japanese person possibly be offended by it? You know, if I was doing an Asianese perspective, I would tell them, I'm sorry. I'm from the United States. Hear me out. And you know what their mindset would be? All right, I'm ready for you. I see that you're a foreigner, and now I'm ready. Mindset works. Mindset bridges gaps. When you're in the same mindset, it's inexplicable in language. When you're just on the same wavelength, even though you have a language barrier, it's inexplicable. It's something language cannot capture. So, take it for what is worth. Investigating a language as a lens to their culture can breathe even more than literally learning if desk functions somewhere. I cannot read Mandarin, but I can express a full range of emotions in a language that I can't even read to my parents. That is the element and limitation of actual language. So language is still a facsimile to try to capture as much as you can, being in person with a human being, sharing experiences. There are things that just aren't even captured in languages. And much like this adventure, it's not a bad feeling. I don't feel bad about any of these things. I actually think it's so wonderful that there are people who differ in opinions, you know, people who think I'm arrogant. If there were no people that think I'm arrogant, how would I know that I'm arrogant? By myself? Less likely. So when people challenges me, that's great. If you walk away and don't feel challenged, then, well, you just don't learn anything. That's fair enough. You chose not to learn. I generally walk towards it in as politely as I can. And how do I show that I'm trying to put effort into this? Well, I spent 2 hours talking about it. If it's not worth your time, then that's fine. That happened to me when I was learning something else, like OS, playing the rhythm game OS, when someone said, wow, I'm not going to sit here and watch you 6 hours explaining a topic that I can explain in 10 minutes. Well, we are clearly two different people. When you say, like you said, Hideyoshi, you could see some languages isolated with politeness is gauged by how little the other person spends their time to not waste in conversations. Fair enough. That's assuming that the person thinks everything they say is a waste of time. So many people have come to me and said, or like enough people have come to me and it's like, yeah, what you say doesn't matter. Or you're making a big deal of something that it isn't a big deal. So yes, it would be a waste of time to them because they come from a culture that you cut to the business. What is my business? My business is to illustrate things that to me take a really long time. Every single minute of this, I'm not going to cut out because it's effectively part of the whole point. If you're asking me for advice, I'm not giving you 10 seconds of my time. I'm not giving you 5 minutes of my time. You're going to have to give me a day at least. Spend over 10 hours looking into the thing. I'll give you a response and it's going to be a long one. And I'm going to do my best in the command of my native language to keep you engaged. Not sound like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, or, you know, keep your daily quest in mind. Keep your league in mind. Just as a precursor to what I'm saying about what's the difference between having motivators on the front screen versus what you need to learn. If you give someone who's already struggling with Japanese motivators to see, they are more likely to get their foot consistently through the door than someone who are always blasted by the overwhelming volume of Japanese. One of the biggest obstacles, arguably in my opinion, that strays away from the way English learns is the inherent volume that is perceived about Japanese. What does Duolingo do? In this case, in terms of its design language, right? What do they typically do? Knowing that they are an English company, and when other people learn other languages, it might be the English language that they're using as a facilitator. they do this. Does this look more overwhelming than an entire data sheet filled with all the breakdowns of the lessons? Because if you click on these lessons, it's still really not that descript. But at least before you click on this lesson, they'll tell you how many lessons are in each block. Some people might not even notice that the units per lesson actually goes up. As the units go up, the number of lessons per section goes up. So all these designs, in my opinion, are psychologically forward. And it's usually not because they did research on this, possibly some research on this. What I mean is, I don't think they innovated this technique because they're adopting what makes designs in gaming motivational versus comprehensive. And Duolingo is attempting to integrate that motivation into something that improves comprehension, as opposed to, video games, which are mechanical a lot of times. People treat them, or kids, the targeted age group, treat them as mechanical. This is something that I've talked about before. And there you go. And we're about to start the lesson. We went over 2 hours, but I absolutely appreciate all the comments. And I would love to hear, record yourself. Explain your concepts and your perspective to me. It'd be really fun. It'd be really fun to hear the opportunity. Obviously, this is what I do, not even for fun. I actually think if I am able to, I want to do this professionally. Perhaps in the next year or two. And not learning language. I'm talking about creating things to give people alternative ways to overcome their learning, like augment or supplement, I guess I'll use the word, supplement their learning strategy. Oftentimes when you iterate and constantly iterate without maybe noticeable changes in your learning approaches, it might stagnate. So for me, using Duolingo is just providing other core foundations and templates that I may or may not have used anymore. Like guidebooks, that guidebook technique, I still use that, coincidentally. But there is a chance if I use a different product and they had another feature that wasn't well developed, well, it's better than me not doing it before. Like I might have forgotten lots of techniques, like flashcards. I really haven't used flashcards that much since my younger days. My flashcards are now in my head. So I create mental flashcards in my place, in my mind palace place. However, it would be kind of fun to go grab a stack of index cards and then start writing down again. It's reminding me of foundations and whatnot. So yes, it might not be the perfect thing. Some people actually come out and say Duolingo is for kids, because cartoons are for kids and these animations are cute, so only cute things are for kids. And look at all these bubbles and minimalistic design, that's for kids. You have tons of those. Small universe, fair enough. I'm okay with that. Don't use Duolingo. I can't convince someone who already made up their mind. I can provide my commentary on how to do things not just with the tool, but do more with the tool. I don't think I've ever really done a thing where I expected the system to provide everything. I do feel constructive criticism comes from that perspective in this day and age, in the day of technology, in the age of technology and the hustle culture. You're looking for the best tool and you hope that you don't have to do it yourself. And that's fair enough. I approach Duolingo knowing that if I can see what it doesn't do, I'll do it myself. And even the things that Duolingo shows and kind of does, I built on that. It is not supplementary. It is foundational. The difference between thinking things are foundational versus supplementary provides it that it's optional. it can be supplanted and substituted by something else. It's extra. Foundational means you're learning with wide eyes open. You're observing as much as you can, and you take those ideas, and that's not where you stop. You go beyond it. Duolingo is a foundational app. Not only is it foundational, it has a foundational price. And the price is 0. You cannot place that on other supplementary things. Supplementary is also 0. So it gives you that same emotional impression that Duolingo is supplementary because it's 0. I talked about the motivations and the psychological mindset of having to obligate yourself to get in value by like buying a subscription to LingQ. That was in yesterday's discussion, versus something that's 0. You have no obligations. So what you psychologically do is you diminish the value to meet the value of the product. Duolingo is free, so it doesn't do anything well because it's free. And then the moment you see like monetization, you're like, well, now Duolingo is expensive. It's free. If you want to give me a discussion about logical fallacies, that is a great logical fallacy. So if you want to go down that trip about logical fallacies and irrationality regarding framework and relatives, because someone mentioned the phrase, it's all relative, this would be a great example of logical fallacies. So before you criticize something, know that the baseline of Duolingo is $0. What does that make it? A foundational app. It's somewhere you can start with no consequences. And the sky's the limit. Just like English has a lower baseline than Japanese comprehension. English's ceiling, hot take, because there are more users, more different users, and variant users, and variant cultures, English has a high ceiling. Arguably a higher ceiling. Because you're gonna say, it depends. A lot. In Japanese, you're gonna say, this is the right way. This is the wrong way. Alright, with that, I'm gonna start my lesson and stuff, my own lesson today, and learn some stuff, but I gotta go to the bathroom first. Be right back. Alright. I probably forgot everything from this unit. Perhaps context will help me out here. Let's just try to unlock all the kanji today as planned, right? Let's actually look at the kanji section. It appears there are 5 more kanji. We did see the one for 100, right? Thanks to was it Blue? It's either Blue or Tommy from yesterday that mentioned the 100 thing. So I'm assuming specifically one of the choices was 500. And I recognized 5, and then when that person shared it was 100, I'm assuming at some point we're going to talk about yen, because the only unit in hundreds that I can think of that's very convenient in casual speak would probably be yen, as mentioned yesterday. What other stories? Oh, shout outs to Indy, of course, telling me about if you flip it on its side, it looks like 10 mouths, right? And then we had that whole fun story about 10 mouths, so I can't unknow this. And with 10 mouths to feed, you're an old person, or an old thing, something that's old. And then Lotus, I think, told me that you don't usually commonly use this for describing people, right? So all this is connected. And the only reason I remember this one is it kind of looks like a tree house on top of a tree, which I'm sure that's key actually. And then a bigger watchtower to the right. And this is the starter. The context that I have this in is the descriptor new to reflect that. All right, let's hop back in. We got a solid 4 hours to, I think it's about halfway. It's probably here. So we get through these 3, we'll probably get the rest of the kanji. Let's head in.
100
Oh, wait, maybe that's not the 100. Oh yeah, it is. Never mind. Yaku. Okay, Yaku. Ooh, I gotta switch over to Yaku. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the 100. Yeah, Yaku.
100 100
Okay. A necktie. Oh wait, we got this katakana when we were practicing katakana. Next tie. Oh no.
Necktie.
Sorry, that's key. Necktie. That's not it. I'm gonna have to definitely review my con again. Necktie. Kinda was expecting the ek to have one extra, like neck, no, like neck tie, kind of like where they constantly add extra things, extra beat. Do I say it? Let's see. Necktie. No, it's close. Yeah. There's like an extra beat somewhere. A necktie. Probably before E. Or necktie. Anyways, I'm comparing English to the katakana here. Necktie. Yeah, one beat. Let's go.
新しいネクタイが欲しいです
Atarashi? Okay. Okay, ta, right. Oh, how did I get that? Kana. Or hiragana. Okay. Atarashi necktie ga hoshi desu. Hoshi desu. I want a necktie. A new necktie. Atarashi necktie ga hoshi desu. Hoshi desu. Yeah, I think. Okay.
あの傘は安いですか?
Yasui.
安い
Yasui. Yasui. Cheap. Inexpensive. Yasui. Alright. Hey Zen. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Yokoso. Oh, I can use what Lotus told. Genki desu ka? Genki desu ka? Ano. Okay. Is that umbrella cheap? If I remember, yeah. We're like we're learning this. It's fine. It's fine. We'll yeah. But yes, it does say, is that umbrella cheap? Okay. Ano kasa wa genki desu ka? Oh, not genki desu ka.
安い
Yasui desu ka? I was thinking of a second thought. Ano kasa wa yasui desu ka?
あの傘は安いですか
Desu ka? Yeah. Ano kasa wa yasui desu ka? Desu ka?
この帽子は安いですね。
Wait, there was another modifier word. There was a preposition in there. Oh, we'll see it again.
この帽子は安いですね。
Noble.
この帽子は安いですね。
Yasui desu ne. Oh, right. We totally forgot about the ne. That was from yesterday's unit as well. So,
この
no
帽子
wa
は安い。
yasui desu ne.
水
Oops,
水ですね。
my bad.
この帽子は安いですね。
Kono boshi wa yasui desu ne.
この帽子は安いですね。
この青い帽子は安いですね。
What kind of language do you learn? Only Japanese or a bunch? Right now, just Japanese. It's been 22 days, so only Japanese. Mandarin is next, probably after 6 months. And it's probably after I lean off of Duolingo in Japanese. And then we'll start with the Mandarin course in Duolingo. So it's been 22 days. Not sufficient enough to move and dabble in other languages. Personally. I'm not that much of a juggler. Oh no. Kono akai boshi wa yasui desu ka? Desu ne. I almost said ka. Oh no. Oh no. Welcome to Ne Town. So, kono akai boshi wa yasui desu ne. Yasui desu ne. Desu ne?
この青い帽子は安いですね。
Uptone. Okay. This red hat or blue. Oh, that's Aoi. Whoops. That's Aoi. Aoi. That's Aoi. Aoi. My bad. Aoi. That's off to the inside joke from yesterday. Aoi. This Aoi hat. This Aoi hat is cheap, isn't it? Aoi. So, kono aoi この青い帽子は安いです。ですね。ですね。
この帽子はいくらですか？
いくら。
いくらですか？
How much is? Okay, so we're getting to the yen part. いくら。いくらですか？そう。この帽子はいくら。いくらですね。ですか？そう。How much, right? いくら is this hat? Yep.
あの青い傘はいくらですか？
Okay. I just heard the owie.
あのいくら
いくら
いくらあの青い傘はいくらですか？
Okay.
青い
Wait, what was the object?
あの青い傘はいくらですか？
It's always casa.
Casa. はいくらですか？あの青い傘はいくらですか？
あの青い傘はいくらですか？ Hey, Tommy. Hello. Hello, Tommy. What's up? What's up? How are you doing? What did you do today?
これは200円です。
これはに、oh, there it is. 200
円
just N? Oh, N. Okay. N です。Okay. これは200円
これは
ですか
200円です。
円です。
これは200円です。
これは200円です。This is 200 yen. N.
N.
N. N. Doing well. Did some learning and eating. How's Duolingo going for you today? We just started. And it's going pretty well. We talked about a lot of things we talked yesterday. There was a lot of things that went down yesterday. So I set up for a little discussion about yesterday. Anime. Yes, anime. What are you currently doing again? I don't are you the one that's doing more, because you had the 2 years of Japanese experience and the 9 years of English and the Polish native language, right? I don't quite remember what you were learning at the moment.
このネクタイは200円ですか？
このこのネクタイに200円ですか？このネクタイは200円ですか？ Oh, you are learning Japanese. Okay. I wasn't sure if I wanted to assume that, right? I see. Oh, around 30 years in general? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. is that just as long as your Polish language? So I imagine you just use them side by side, right? At this point, I suppose. Deska. Also, I guess I could have used Genki Deska again. Gotta keep using that phrase. Let's see. Is this necktie 200? Oops, 200 yen. Oh no, necktie wa 200 yen desu ka? After 30 years, that would be weird if it wasn't. I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. Sometimes we tend to stop learning our languages when it becomes sufficient. So that 9 years of English in school is, I guess, what I'm referring to, I suppose. How often do you use, like, what is the percentage makeup of when you use English and when you use Polish? I'm not a native speaker in Fujonese, for an example. I wouldn't consider myself as a native speaker for Fujonese, even though I used it for most of my life. For over 30 years, of course. As well. Yaku.
100、
Yaku. Okay. Yaku. Doresu?
ドレス
Yeah, doresu. Doresu. Kaban.
カバン
Oh, is this steaky? No, this is not steaky. I don't remember.
ダサい
Oh, dasai. Oh, dasai. Yeah, I gotta get used to not seeing the little tail stick out the bottom. Dasai. Okay. Hideous. T-shirts. T-shirts.
T シャツ
And then yaki.
100
Yaku. Yaku. Well, in Poland, I use mostly Polish, but I had some friends from America, so I use it a lot with them when we play games. I see. I'm not an English native. I make too many mistakes in the language. Oh, dude. Wait. Hold up, Indy. Hold up. This is a deep cut because this is worth talking about a rhetoric for. Since you're an English native, right? Like, if you don't think you're an English native, isn't it more? I know this is an oxymoron, but isn't being an English native more characterized by making mistakes? You know, the thing that we talked about a lot. Like, now here's a little context, right? Let's provide a little context. There's a difference between an English native that talks too much like use the language so much that they feel like they make a lot of mistakes, versus someone who's making mistakes and not being able to communicate right in English. So honestly, to me, that was such a Japanese thing to say, Indy. like like for instance, in Japan, if you're a native Japanese speaker, I think naturally you would expect yourself to be incredibly consistent and precise, right? To be considered a native Japanese speaker. But in English, I think the more you delve into the language, the more likely you're going to make a mistake. Because you just use a lot of words. It's very verbose. It's an incredibly verbose language. So you're gonna have like misunderstandings and misuses and stuff. I actually think that's kind of funny. I think that's super endearing. I honestly do feel that my the feeling, I can't get this under feeling, like for Fujianese, right? Fujianese, I honestly feel like I can only say things a certain way. So if I don't remember them, I know they're not correct. And then when I say a certain thing, I have to say it in that certain way, so it's fine. But in English, the longer I use English, the more I'm unsure if I want to say it that way. If you know what I mean. Like, can I say this? I mean, the person might misunderstand. What if I said it this way? Like, is that the same thing? It is. I humbly disagree, the same as I respectfully disagree. You know, kind of things like that. I would love to ask or even feel that way about another language, but unfortunately I'm not multilingual. I wouldn't consider myself multilingual. I have a high standard, I suppose. If you can, a lot of people talk about, like, if you speak without thinking about it, if you speak without thinking, you make mistakes. I mean, at least that's my impression of my native languages. Like Fujianese, I make mistakes when I speak in Fujianese. Not that I'm educated in it at all. Like one time, I said to someone, like, sometimes I call the window mongyang as bore, which is glass. I just, like, when I go up to my parents, like, you know, the bore, like bore, and then I like point to the window, and they're like, oh, the glass. But I was referring to the window, you know, mongyang, right? It's just, it didn't come to me at the time, right? Oh, hey T, welcome back, T. So, oh, by the way, because of all our talk yesterday, I brushed up on some. I looked at YouTube videos of all the vocabulary, like some of the vocabulary in Fujianese, and it felt very comforting that I still know all those things. Although it is still hard for me to total recall. Like simple things, like I could have mentioned attached asa gohan, hiru gohan, and ban gohan to see, I already forgotten. Jia dao goi man, jia dao goi man, sit man, sit jia, sit dao. Yeah. So and I do the same thing. I literally do the same thing that I did in Japanese. I think of tamemasu, right? Tamemasu, so to eat. And then I'm like, okay, so if I know tamemasu, I know asa gohan, hiru gohan, and ban gohan, right? Because to eat, I need the associated words of the object. Like I need an object. And this is what I mean by the whole des thing and the action verbs and copula verbs. I associate them, even if it doesn't mean that in Japanese. Like literally it doesn't mean that in Japanese, but that's how I remember things. So in Fujianese, I did the same. Sit is to eat. So sit down. sit家, sit down, sit mang is eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I forgot how to say lunch and dinner. So I had to say sit to eat before I collect all the other words. So I do the same in Fujonese. And yeah, I've spoken Fujonese for 30 years of my life, right? Yeah, eat early, mid, and late. Yeah, eat early, mid, and late. But in Fujonese, that's what they're referring to. It's implicit about the time of day. Is Fujonese a dialect of Chinese? It is. It is. It's and Fujonese can be broken down into it's a group, or so it's a Fujin group of Chinese, and then Fujin is broken up into two dialects or two predominant dialects. The Fujonese is one of them. Yeah, Ban is the same as Ban Gohan. Yeah, it's the same references and stuff. So there are things like you can say things like greeting phrases that I could have associated with Fujonese when I was learning Japanese, like ni hao da, like how are you doing kind of things, or yaron mogiing, right? It's long time no see. Like it's another one that you can use. Yaron mogiing. It's more like it actually works really well. Long time no see. Yaron mogiing. Long time no see. Things like that, or like kirang, thank you, kirang, mogansit, right? Mogansit is just like it's not a problem, no problem. Things like that. How do you feel about Chinese English being referred to as dialects? I think it's quite appropriate using the terminology. I think the adoption and the distinction between the word accents and dialect has elevated the English bridge in describing the distinction and categorization of a dialect and an accent. So thanks to the attraction of the internet and the international likeness of the internet, I think that has elevated quite a bit now compared to a pre-internet era where when people say dialect, they also refer to accents. Nowadays, it's a little bit more technical, and so people tend to be a little bit more nitpicky about segregating the meaning of accent and dialect to depart them so that they can serve two different functions instead of synonyms. So oftentimes when I say Fujonese is a dialect of Chinese, it's implicit enough now instead of being confused with it as an accent. Generally speaking, as far as I'm aware, I'm not a Mandarin speaker by nature, but I can collect and observe other people's patterns. So when someone posted a video about Fujonese vocabulary, the major comments I see are like, well, as a person who pretty much speaks Mandarin my whole life, I understand 2% of that. And then you have like the side-by-side comparisons, right? The same person says the same Mandarin phrase, and then you hear the Fujonese phrase, and I'm like, I definitely know what that means. I sort of know what that means. They kind of mean, sometimes they mean the same, sometimes they don't mean the same, even though they sound similar. And sometimes they sound, like a lot of times they sound nowhere near each other, but they are similar in meaning. So it's always like back and forth with the dialects. I don't know what you're saying in Fujonese, but it's passing through like 20 grammatical filters. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of the so when people talk about native speaking, right? Like being native or fluent, I can tell you now, and I know I'm not saying, Tommy, this is your case. I've been speaking probably, I wouldn't say 2 languages for a while now. And sure as heck, I am not fluent or literate in. And it's hard for me to even consider them. I don't often tell people. I usually go around and say that I only speak English or read English. And then, of course, then they feel uncomfortable when they come to the household and I suddenly just don't speak English at all. Or I speak broken English. Or like I speak Fujoglish. 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 Yeah, Fujoglish. That's where I usually speak at home. Fujoglish. Fujiu would be the way my parents would say Fujo, right? Fujiu, which is kind of using all the same phonetics. Funny enough, it's saying a similar phonetics that Japanese, if you know Japanese, would help out, like Fujiu, right? So whenever someone said that, I might struggle, or like, here's a fun thing, right? When you get who, I say that all the time in Fujianese. Fujiu is the same thing as trying to produce the who in fu, but it's more like it's the cross between f and a h, right? Or wh. It's between f and who. So Fujiu, I just think of Fujiu and I know that it's fuku for clothing. That's one of the vocabularies that I just got. My girlfriend speaks Cantonese at home, and she definitely speaks English. Yeah, I love it. I guess you don't have a lot of Fujianese. It's a bit tougher, right? Yeah, I don't. It's just my parents. Basically no Fujianese whatsoever. I want to try learn Mandarin. And then I want to use Mandarin, what I understand about Mandarin, to write and talk to my parents so that they can share with me how to say it in Fujianese. So since they refuse or believe, accept that they can no longer acquire a new language, this is why it's very bittersweet for me. It hits really close to home when I see adults accept that they're too old to adapt a new learning method to acquiring new language. So my father always gives me this comment like, I'm too old to learn. Like, that's, Chinese parents, okay? And so my attempt within the next year is to learn enough Mandarin pragmatic phrases so that I can ask them, what is this, like in Mandarin? And one day I'll acquire a little bit more Fujianese over time, executing on using Mandarin as the bridging language, because I can't bridge it using English. In fact, if I say, how do you say this, they don't have the vocabulary for how do you say this in English. So it would be very tough. Casual speaks are for all mechanical things and not intellectual things. So Fujianese expressions only come in mechanical things. Steve Kaufman is like 80 years old and he still learns. I know, he still learns this. So I don't believe there's any real age. Yeah. And and remember that we do have to keep in mind that Steve Kaufman is also an incredibly statistically profound outlier. Statistically, it falls off the face of the planet. Statistically, the likelihood of people willing, not if they can or cannot, but willing. And I focus on willingness. So most of the time, it's not about the context specific stuff you're learning, like how hard something is, how easy something is, but my life's journey tends to be focused on how to get people to motivate themselves or like enable themselves to kind of circumvent intellectual constraints like that. Like how do one get into the mindset of that belief and maybe try to bring it. But in this case, I live in a traditional Chinese household, so that's a cultural can of worms already. I can impart as much Americanism as I can by challenging my parents' wisdom, but we have to keep in mind that if you're learning Japanese now, you're probably interested in Japanese culture. So if you're in a Japanese household, right, or an Asian-like household, challenging your parental figures on what they can and cannot do is an incredibly uphill battle, and it's a very westernized concept, right? And I'm American, so naturally I do inch them along other things too, not just necessarily learning English. And as a Asian person who have as having Asian values, I can control what I learned. So basically, if I can do it, then I could learn Mandarin and bridge that way, and then maybe demonstrate that perhaps English, I can communicate and teach English through Mandarin instead of like putting the wheel and the ball in their place and distributing the responsibility onto my parents. That's kind of something I take from, the Chinese value side. If the problem is not them, it's me. So I have the power and control to change that, as opposed to deflecting the responsibility. In the United States, I would say it's more like cumulative. It's your problem and my problem at the same time. And it's up to the quote-unquote better person to take up more of the responsibilities. And in a way, that's okay, I suppose. Right. My parents are not quite that Americanized, even though they have spent... Yeah, they've spent more than half their lives in the United States now. But they're very firm. Very firm. Traditional. And I like that about them. I'm not going to change that about them. So, for better or for worse. Acceptance is kind of the whole personality you must be. Otherwise, you'll hate yourself all the time. So, if I'm someone that likes conformist society, I would hate myself. It's a paradox. So naturally, if you find a very healthy and happy multicultural person, they would naturally lean towards being acceptant of being multicultural if they want to stay happy. You could spend your whole life rejecting your multiculturalism and embrace one side. That's perfectly fine too. I've met a couple in that instance in the United States where they felt that it was so distracting that they purely rejected one side of their heritage, I suppose, in order to be the bigger version of that one thing. So that's a way to get happiness. I just happen to not be one of those people. I have talks with a lot of people who did that. Like, someone asked me, well, then you're not real Chinese. And I'm like, fair enough. From the perspective of that person who basically gave a lot of their conveniences, like making friends with other Americans and staying at home, being sheltered, like they sacrifice a lot to like be that Chinese person. So that's fair, because I'm definitely less Chinese than that person. So when someone says, well, how do you deal with the idea that you're always going to be looked at as a foreigner from both sides? I'm like, I'm okay with it. Nowadays, one silver lining, in my opinion, and I don't speak for the rest of the United States, I just speak for myself and my immediate intellectual environment, is that I am happy to be in a place that people don't see a mix of things as repulsive to purity. So I don't get, nowadays, it hasn't been as common to be rejected by Chinese people and rejected by white Americans at the same time, right? So that's kind of the idea. I am very grateful, and this is a perspective I don't think those who want to leave the United States as a multi-generational citizen have, because they're multi-generational. They have been monoculturalized, so they are really delved into deep of not needing acceptance but conformity. So I hear a lot of times I'm at odds with other fellow Americans who are very disgruntled and surely very respectfully having a tough time in the country and want to move to other countries that more fits their monocultural lifestyle. But it's very difficult for me to imagine being in a country that requires that I conform to something, because inherently I'm born as a non-conformist, right? You're too dumb to understand these things? Nah, King, how about Japanese? We're gonna go back to learning Japanese. It was just a digression. I was just sharing my little things. I don't want it to make it sound sad. Things worked out the way it should, and I'm really happy. Yeah, I'm really happy. I do embrace the whole unique thing because I am multicultural, so I do feel a little sad for some people who have a hard time adjusting and rejecting, trying to always be the uphill battle by rejecting one side and then assuming a new side. Okay, how much is this hat? Okay. Right. Kono, Oshi. Do you learn Japanese, King? Do you use Duolingo? I should ask both those questions. Do you use Duolingo and do you learn Japanese? You know a little bit of Chinese. Interesting. You probably know more than me in writing. So if you wrote anything in Chinese, it's probably more than I can. And I'm Chinese by heritage. Oh, been chillin'. Nice. Fair enough. It's American thing. So if you hear me say I don't know a lot of things, it's an American thing. I earnestly believe it's an American thing. To be comfortable with knowing that you don't know a lot of things is kind of, I would say, ascribe to a very specific subset of them. It would be openly like embarrassing for my parents to say that. Chinese, right? And then speaking of Japanese culture, right? It's a little bit possibly tenuous if you go with the perspective of broadcasting how, shamelessly broadcasting how little you know. But generally speaking, that's my normalized behavior. You formally learned Chinese in college and Japanese is just for fun. Now you know how to read in most of the kanji, but can't type anything? Oh, well, you type stuff in Japanese. I guess just not as good as you want to or something. Wait. What's like the whole thing about? Why are you kind of sad about it? What are you sad about? Really want to know that. Oh, the sad thing. Oh, you're talking about the sad thing for other people? The only thing I'm like kind of sad about is when I see people not being able to achieve happiness because they have to reject something. It's not people in general. It's just the people who cannot find a place where they belong, right? My life is about finding places where you belong. You're not born into a place where you're belonging. Oh wait, then what was the American thing about? There are Americans who spend a lot of time in the United States, and they believe that there are certain monocultural normities in the United States, and often that comes at a conflict with multicultural people. Much like Japan has the same cultural question that they have to ask now. Do you welcome foreigners? So that's kind of a sad thing for me because I am the product of that. I am a product of immigration, right? So I am a combination of things, and it's a little sad when you can't find agreeability with that. So you have to understand it from both perspectives. My parents share that perspective. They really want me to uphold the Chinese heritage for sure. So I try my best, right? Although I do slip in some Americanisms here and there. And not just any Americanisms, more from the Germanic side. I live in a state that's populated by largely two generation or three generation Germans, German immigrant. So that's largely the exposure. And then I spend a third of my life in a metropolitan area, which were just surrounded with international people. So they all reflect their international status. Indians, both North and South Indians specifically, and then Vietnamese, Korean, and Japanese, and then Chinese. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. It was overwhelming. I love when people speak different languages around me. Even if I don't understand it, it doesn't make me uncomfortable. It does make multi-generational Americans uncomfortable sometimes, though. I live in a world where most of the time 16 people speak English and I still don't understand what they're saying a lot of times. And what I mean by that is it's not we don't understand casual talk, we don't understand the technicalities, right? You're from Iran. Oh, you can speak Persian? Oh, dang. I'm not even going to attack that. Like try to even think of what that even looks like. Yeah, Iran. Yeah. Man. Holy. Okay. Well, hey. Why do people think Persians speak Arabic? I don't even know what do Persians speak. Arabic's a pretty big subset for sure, but I don't know. Farsi? Oh, I see. Farsi is Indo-European, I see. Yeah. Got it. Got it. I have no idea what that looks like. Kono boshi wa 6000? Oh wait.
6000
Just kidding. Why did I pick Roxanne? How much? What was the phrase that we just got? Hold up, I need to remember the phrase. It's ikura desu ka? Yeah, there we go. It's because the perception of Arabs and anyone Muslim or from the Middle East. Fair enough. And they're all bunched together in the eyes of the uninformed. That's the way. The voice thingy sounds like an anime girl. Yeah. Would it blow your mind if I told you that girl doesn't exist? And what I mean by that is not the character. I mean that voice doesn't actually. It's not a real person. It's a synthetic voice. That's kind of one of the neat things about Duolingo. They have synthetic voices. I thought women didn't exist. Oh, okay. Now you're just trolling me. The big hurdle for Farsi learners is there's a lot of compound verbs. Okay. Interesting. How much is that dress over there? Okay. Oh, we did learn the implicit over there. Right. That's what we missed. That's what we missed earlier. But they accept it. They still accept the implicit English version of the ambiguous English answer. So they're okay with if you were to translate this, right? If it was in Japanese and you had to translate it, you could say how much is that dress. And Duolingo is flexible enough to know that there is a positional, there can be a prepositional phrase implied there in English. However, I'm going to try to remember it's over there. Like this specific thing is over there, just to distinguish it. So how do I do that? Okay. Yeah, it's the
あの
Yep. Ano.
ネクタイ
Oops.
ネク
Sorry.
ドレス
Goddess. Goddess.
は
Wow.
いくら
Ikura. Ikura.
で
Des.
すか
Like to open his compound. What? Wait. Oh, yeah, the sound change. It's the guy now. It's this guy. The synthetic mustache guy. Yeah. There are 8 synthetic voices in Duolingo, I think. There are 8 synthetic voices. I want to say 9, but the 2 of the voices are only used in specific cases where there's no characters behind them. Like that one female and one male character that's used generically without a character voice. It might be their first 2 synthetic voices, and then they develop new synthetic voices for each of their characters. Okay. I only completed 1 lesson today. Alright.
千
Sen. Sen?
千
Sen?
千
Sen? Saint? Saint?
千
I'm gonna quickly confuse this with a different kana, or like this kanji for a different kana. It's fine. It will help me remember the subtlety.
千
Okay, sen.
ジャケット
Oh. I'm like, okay. Jaqueto, okay.
黒い
Kuroi. Kuroi. How can I turn this into something? Nah, we'll just remember Kuroi. It's fine. And mise? Mise?
店
Mise? A store? Mise? Like a regular store? Like what is that supposed to be? A house? A building? We'll find out. We'll find out. No need.
黒い
この黒いコートはいくらですか？
この黒いコートは、いくらですか？
この黒いコートはいくらですか？
そう。この黒いコートはいくらですか？ How much is this black coat? Oh, and this is using... Oh no. Okay. Oh! I totally skipped a word. The English translation is more laborious than just reading the Japanese sentence at this point.
ジャケ
Jaquetto.
ット
Jaquetto.
黒い靴はいくらですか？
黒い靴は、いくらですか？ So how much are, or how much are the shoes? Black shoes. Yeah, this is one of those use cases. That desk knowing where the desk stuff does is kind of helpful. So, kuroi kutsu wa ikura desu ka? Kuroi kutsu wa ikura desu ka? Oh, it's a store. Okay, just generic store. Okay. Mise. Okay. Generic store.
店
Not to be confused with our other two types of stores that we already know, Konbini and Depato. You just got a neat game idea. So there was like an RPG game that was made with lines and numbers like the art. So I thought, why not make a game and the art made up of Japanese kanji? If you look on, oh, actually, there isn't one made of kanji, but there is a series made by this indie person. They went by the name Dr. Skrillis or something. They make a hirakana and a Japanese vocabulary series where it takes the RPG Maker client that teaches you that. There is also another game that just come out called Shinringo, right? Or Shinsungo. Indie. What was the name of it? Shinringo? Which is a little bit more developed. And it gives you pictorial. You go around taking pictures and they'll show you either the kana or the kanji while you're walking around virtually. Yeah, Shashingo. Yeah. Oh, picture language. Oh, that makes so much sense. Thanks, Andy. Now I'll remember it. Picture language. Ah, Shashingo. Makes sense. What a great combination. The other day, I accidentally bought a kelp at a convenience store after mistaking it for corned beef. That's great. Yeah. So it's kind of fun. There are lots of games out there. Guess what it means? Unfortunately, I can't read kanji. Not a lot of kanji. I only have like 20 kanji so far. That sentence is like a tongue twister for Japanese. I accidentally bought a kelp at a convenience store after mistaking it for corned beef. Oh, the ice cream? I mean, aisu is the only phrase I know in kana for ice cream. Aisu. Is that the kanji for aisu? I don't know. Oh, been chilling. That's what that means? Or interesting. It means good morning, I think. Oh. Wait. Wait, I'm so confused. You told me to look at the emoji. It's a really mean because of John Cena. I mean, oh, okay. I see. Now I've already have an age group involved in my mind now. Combination kelp at a convenience. Oh. Yeah, kelp, convenience store, and corned beef. Oh, I see it. Oh, because John Cena said it with an ice cream in his hand? Oh, I see. Sorry, unfortunately, I'm not that hip of an older person. I'm still with the John Cena of the bam ba da dun. That was my age. That was my era of John Cena stuff. You know, that's as far as I go. That's as far as I go. You know, the John Cena, the like the phone call era where like on the radio they had that skit with the John Cena phone call. Yeah, that's the last thing I've known about John Cena. Oh, other than John Cena as Peacemaker was just released on MK1. So Peacemaker was just added to MK1, and John Cena plays Peacemaker. So that's the most recent John Cena thing that I know when it's related to video games. To Ernest? Not sure which one is Ernest. Yep, water. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was him speaking Mandarin in a video. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Oh, I do remember that. I saw a little clip of it. I'll have to see it again. I'll have to watch it again. I did actually see the clip though. Because of the rotating like YouTube shorts stuff. I did see a clip of it. It was really washed out, the thing, but yes. Ernest is the Severin guy. Oh, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not cultured enough for that. Oh, wait, Ernest. You mean like Ernest as in like Ernest go? Oh, you know what? That's a good point. The Ernest series? Yeah, that's the Ernest series. Okay, I've seen like 4 of them. It's 3:20. Guess if it's AM or PM. Well, if you're in the west coast of the United States, it's almost 4 o'clock. If you're asked into like, if you're in the middle like German and stuff, it would be around 1 a.m. And then if you're further out, like in the middle, and you already mentioned Persian, right? So it's probably AM. It's probably 3:20 a.m. because you mentioned the whole Persian and Arabic thing. Yeah, Middle East. I didn't want to say Middle East because Middle East is made of a lot of countries. I just don't know which. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Mise.
この店はいいですね。
Kono mise wa ii. Oh yeah, we learned about ii too for good. Kono wa mise ii desu ka? Oh, desu ne. Whoops. Desu ne. I'm gonna calm myself to death here. Okay, this is, wait. Oh no, well, this, mise, this store is nice, isn't it? Oh man. Ooh, this store is nice, isn't it?
いいですね。
いいですね. Okay.
ありがとうございます。
Is this really the first time I heard that they introduced that whole phrase? ありがとうございます.
ありがとうございます。
Huh. Let's get familiar with the kana here. Arigato. Yeah, arigato. Gozaimasu. Gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. Do you know the name of Iran's first king? No, I do not. I know, I pretty much know little to no Iranian historical facts at all. There were only 2 kings? I see. I do not know anything about the Iranian culture, unfortunately. In this case, unfortunately.
ナオミさん、ありがとうございます。ナオミさん、
Let's
ありがとうございます。
just get used to seeing that clustered together. ありがとう。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。It ends ありがとう。ありがとうございます。ございます。The answer was Reza Shah. That means king, I see. Wait, doesn't arigato mean thank you? Yes, it does. And gozaimasu is it's an extra thank you. An extra hard effort thank you. Not in those words, but arigato gozaimasu. Fair enough, King. Fair enough.
ナオミさん、ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Okay. I can get behind this.
高い服はちょっと。
高い。
高い。
高い。Whoops. 高い。Expensive, big, and tall. 高い服。高い服はちょっと。Okay. 高い服はちょっと。高い服はちょっと。
高い服はちょっと。
Yeah. I don't really like expensive clothes.
高い。
高い。I think we got this yesterday. 高い。高い服はちょっと。Yeah. If I learn Japanese, I won't need subtitles for anime. Here's a funny thing. Oh, you know what? I'll share it with you a little bit. I watch English with English subtitles. I also watch English with Japanese subtitles and Mandarin subtitles. And then when I listen to Japanese, I only see English subtitles. And then this is why I'm learning Japanese. It's one of the side reasons for learning Japanese. I want to watch English programming with Japanese subtitles, and then the other way around. But I do watch English with subtitles all the time. It's wonderful to see how subtitles and captioning works. I kind of want to do that for certain things in the future. It helps with expressiveness nature of capturing like dialogue and stuff. When you're watching subtitles in English, it's not the same as reading English. Much like in any other language, but specifically since I'm an English speaker, if you read English subtitles while listening to English, you'll come to realize that it's definitely quite a different type of skill set to understand a language, while seeing subtitles for dialogue versus predominantly dialogue in like shows and stuff versus intellectually reading books. So it's kind of one of those things. It's a different discipline. I wish I self-taught when I was a kid, I would have been full at it. No time like the present, King. No time like the present. You can start today if you want it, of course. No pressure. No pressure. You can start today. I think yesterday we had someone who said they just did their first unit in or maybe their first lesson in Duolingo, and said that they know how to say ocha do mizu. I don't know if they were trolling me or not, but that was very cute. I love it when I hear people start something. Starting something is a mental It's a mental game in itself, and most certainly that's the most common thing. Right now, frequency, that's the most common thing I help people do, how to start things. Not really doing this whole thing where you practice and study and stuff. Maku is almost 40, so it's never too late. Yeah, I'm almost 40. It's definitely not too late. I'll be that guy. Hey, okay. Indy. You just said, you know, you're ye old Americana, right? Do you, by any chance, did YouTube Shorts, if you're on YouTube, I'm assuming, okay, this is an assumption. Bear with me, Indy. I don't want to sound too bold about this. But do you happen to be on YouTube long enough where it recommended you that 40 guy on YouTube Shorts, where it's like this multi-generational white American, and he has this bit that he does where like he takes a TikTok hack or something, right? He's saying, "Are you telling me that for 40 years I could have done this instead of this?" Like he does like this laugh where he just breathes out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so funny. Like the oh, you never watch YouTube Shorts? Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. It's really funny. It's a shame, but it's like the ye olde Americana. I like people who are so passionate about expressive, just unnecessarily expressive. So it's just a guy who his catchphrase is, "Are you telling me that I've been sucking like this for 40 years and you can just do this to suck it all up?" You know, like, you know, lewd, or sorry kids, but you know, things like that, you know, like, and his catchphrase is that 40 guy. Like he always keeps saying that. For I don't even know how old he is. I don't think it's been established if he's actually even 40. The catchphrase is kind of, what does this remind me of? I don't know if you guys were into this way back, but I would say 20 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, the whole thing, those redneck jokes, like, you could be a redneck if so and so, and then that kind of spawned into other things, like you could be a scientist if you do the following, right? So that's kind of the whole thing. It's a turn of phrase on the joke of farming like TikTok reels for a contextual comedy thing. I mean, I want to, but the older I get, the harder it gets. Indeed. Emotional barrier becomes bigger. Your noggin gets bigger. Well, you've learned a lot. You've been playing Clash of Clans like this for 23 years when I could have just bought game and progressed really fast. I see. 23 years of Clash of Clans? Has it really been around for 23 years? Man, you outpaced me in the longest games. The oldest game I play is 11 years old. Or 11 years. Oh, you meant like a 40-year-old guy. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You've been playing Neopets for 25 years? Dude, Neopets though? Oh, minus 23. Oh, minus. Negative 23. Okay. Yo, though Neopets, yeah, I was on board with that Neopets stuff. Holy heck. For the first like 3 or 4 years, and then they branched out into a video game, which I couldn't afford. And then the collapse of Neopets. That's a real deep cut there. What's Neopets? How long has it been for Neopets? Like over 25 years ago? Oh yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming with, I know, it's coming with new management. I did hear about that. I think this is about 6 or 7 months ago I actually heard it for the first time, that there was new management for Neopets. It was underrated how influential Neopets was at the time, before its downfall. And maybe its resurgence. Who knows? Who knows?
Takai.
I have some prevailing theories when it comes to marketing and business. It's not appropriate for this type of stream though. Not at the moment. Okay.
高いコートはちょっと。
Okay. 高いコート。
コート。高いコートはちょっと。
Oh,
はちょっと。
they group Wachoto. That was a little bit weird. I don't. Oh yeah. Okay. Takai koto. Takai koto Wachoto. Okay. I don't really like expensive
この
coats.
ジャケットは4000円です。
Yeah, sleep well. Sleep well, King. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sharing a little bit. Yeah. Good luck with school. I hope you manage to get up for school. Yeah, sleep well. Hopefully you rest well. Kono Kono neck No, Kono.
このジャケットは4000円です。
Okay. Kono jacket wa yon oh yon sen
4000。
Right, we talked about this. Someone actually said this yesterday. Totally forgot. Yonsen and des. Yonsen and des. So, kono jacket wa yonsen and des.
このジャケットは4000円です。
Okay. Kono jacket wa yonsen and des. Okay. So, this jacket des 4000円 4000円 Sen
1000。
Sen. Alright. Sen. On.
本
財布 Yeah, 財布
財布
財布 Getting this confused. どうです
ドレス
and T shirt T shirt
T シャツ。
T shirt kind of longer than I expect.
こ
Like
の黒い
J
コートはいくらですか？
Wait, what did I do here? Oh, what did I do here? I missed something. この黒いコートはいくらですか? Oh, I omitted a question. I omitted a word in English when I was translating. Yeah. How much is this black jacket? Kono kuroi koto wa ikura desu ka? Why did I pick jacket when I said koto?
この黒いコートはいくらですか？
It just means we get to practice. Keyboard X. Okay. This is lesson 5. Alright, so let's get to practice our stuff. I give you a check for $10. What stops you from writing in a stroke and making it $1,000? That's a funny comment. I like it. A play on kanji. Oh yes. Supplemental number material with no new grammar points. Because one, do not expect new grammar points in a unit not about grammar. Expectations. I'm not sure what point was made there, but to me that sound like more of a commentary on cognitive dissonance is probably the word I would use, or phrase I would use. Cognitive dissonance. Oh, there's anti-counterfeit kanji. Oh, that's interesting. Depato. Wait, we gotta turn on our okay.
デパート。いいえ、ホテルです。
Oh, okay. Don't forget our articles. どこ？
どこ？
駅。
Okay.
大学。
バス停はここです。
Okay. All right. Is that what you said?
バス停はここです。
Yes.
バス停はどこですか？
For practice, we're not going to rely on speech. You don't want to use too much.
大学はここですか？大学はここですか？
Oh no. We gotta make sure. Okay. That's fair enough. Oh. Oh. Did I miss? Is there a typo? Oh. I wrote Doko instead of Coco. Okay. Okay.
これは駅です。
Okay. Okay. I missed the...
はい、デパートです。
Okay. You can't turn... Oh, I see. Interesting. Wow, that left kanji really does look like a house with a chimney.
ホテルはどこですか？
Wait. Is this the same one I made a mistake
ホ
on?
テルはどこですか？
No. This one. Fine. It's this one. Oh. Oh, rip. I
大学
mistyped
は
it.
ここですか？
Okay. It's fine. That's why we practice. Wait. Oh, I mistyped it again. Hold up. Oh. My bad. That's not even the right thing.
「大学はここですか？
It's this one that I'm thinking of. Dang.
大学はここですか？
Okay. That's what happens when you rely on memory as opposed to comprehension. It's fine. It happens every once in a while. Hmm.
大学はここですか？
We lost 2 hearts, right? So let's go grab them back.
それらは白い傘です。
それらは私の帽子です。それらは私の帽子です。
私の傘。
それらは私の赤いコートですか？ それらは私の赤いコートですか？
赤い傘と白い靴。
靴と帽子。
赤い傘。
白い靴と赤い傘。白い靴と赤い傘。
Wait a minute. Whoops.
それらは私の赤い傘です。
はい、これらは私のコートです。はい、これらは私のコートです。はい、これらは私のコートです。
Okay. 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 Oops. Did I forget something? Oh, I forgot watashi no. I got. I must have had a typo somewhere. Let's see. Well, watashi no boshi desu ka? それらは Oh, I think I misspelled watashi no? Yeah, no? Wait, watashi no boshi. Where is my typo? Oh, I see it. Oh, yeah, there's a typo. There's a saw, or I accidentally hit saw, probably double. Double actuated S. Okay. Okay. Did I misspell watashi no again? No. Oh, I've got red. My bad. Oh, whoops. Wrong one. Okay. Okay. Yay. Alright. We got our practice in. Now let's go back to our speech and vocabulary.
花さんの傘はいいですね。
花さんの傘はいいですね。Oh, this was from yesterday. I just randomly, I think this is the one where I substituted Naomi for Hana, probably. Or it might not be. Mm.
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
Yeah, we're not using keyboard on the present. We won't be using the keyboard on the present lesson at hand. So I can get used to seeing and hearing.
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。この新しいは T シャツこの新しい T シャツは可愛いですねはこの新しい T シャツは可愛いですね可愛いですねこの新しい T シャツは可愛いですね
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
このカバンは可愛いですね。
このカバンは かわいいですね。ですね。このカバンはかわいいですね。What did I do? This is probably from yesterday. It might be from today. I missed this one. このカバンはかわいいですね。
この黒いコートはいくらですか？
この黒いコート。Oh, this is the one where I chose jacket instead of coat. I think. この黒いコートはいくらですか？ Okay. Oh, it could be the much too. I might have omitted the much actually. Okay, let's try this again. Let's listen to it again.
この黒いコートはいくらですか？
この黒いコートはいくらですか? Oh, and I miss kuroi. It might be the black. We might have missed the black actually. So, 財布。
財布。
この傘も古いです。
この傘も古いです。古いです。そう。この傘も古いです。So, this umbrella is old. この傘も oh, it's also old. Don't get Motowned. I'm leaving Motown forever. I'm leaving Motown for Godtown. One ticket straight to Godtown. この傘も古いです。古いです。
古い。
Then
線。
この白いコートはダサいです。
Okay.
この白い。
I lost the topic.
この白いコートはダサいです。コートは
What?
ネクタイ。
Oops.
ネクタイ。この白いコートはダサいです。
Oh, ダサいです。
ダサいです。
Okay. この白いコートはダサいです。Which is our new vocabulary. ダサい。ダサい。Lightly, respectfully hideous. Okay. この白いコートはダサいです。ダサいです。
この白いコートはダサいです。この白いコートはダサいです。
ダサい。
ダサい。
あの安い店はいいですね。あの店はいいです。 ね。あの安い店はいいですね。あの安い店はいいですね。あの安い店はいいですね。
Oh.
安い。あの安い店はいいですね。
Yasui. Okay. So, あの安い店はいいですね。いい
あの安い店はいいですね。
ですね。
あの安い店はいいですね。あの安い店はいいですね。
Okay. Right. 安い cheap. N.
円。
私の服はダサいです。私の服はダサいです。私の
服
は
ダサいです。
ダサいです。私の服はダサいです。
私の服はダサいです。Dasai reminds me of docile. That's kind of weird. That would be an interesting mnemonic to get between Dasai and docile. 私の服はダサいです。
私の服はダサいです。
My clothes are hideous.
この黒いコートはいくらですか？
Okay. I forgot the color again. Right? For this mistake? Yeah. So, この黒いコートはいくらですか？いくらですか？この白いコートはいくらですか？Wait? Oh, it overlapped. That's fine. We're gonna do kanji. Oh, there's only 4? Alright, that's fine. Kanji practice. Favorite part? Not really favorite part, but equally favorite part. Okay. This. Okay. What do we have? Urui.
古い
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 Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
古い
No surprises here, right? Yeah.
古い
No surprises here.
古い
古い。
古い。
Oh, that was a little too long.
古い
Whoops.
古い
古い古い
古い
Hurui. Hurui. Alright, Hurui. This is Atara. Atarashi. Atarashi.
Atarashi.
Atarashi.
新しい。
Ooh. Okay. There are some things in there
新しい
that I'm not comfortable with,
新しい
but it's more English
新しい
bound. So it's just top down.
新しい
And then, okay, and then the
新し
great
い
shore. I see it. Okay.
新しい
There's no surprises for over here either.
新しい
Sure.
新しい
Atarashi. Okay.
新しい
Okay.
新しい新しい
新しい
Oh, it's a little bit lower. Okay. Okay. And then we cycle back and then get back to the other ones. So, Furui,
古い
Furui. Oops. All right. We gotta use the
古い
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 Furui,
古い
Furui, Furui,
古い
Furui.
古い
古い
Oops.
古い
No one saw that. That was a little.
古い
We went a little deep there. Just a little deep. Right. We're getting atarashi.
新しい
Atarashi. Okay. Okay.
新しい
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 新しい新しい
Uh-oh.
新しい
Oh, that's not long enough. That's not long enough
Atarashi.
either.
新しい
Oh, that was a little long.
新しい
Ooh. That was too high. Okay. And then we have 100, which is hyaku.
100
Hyaku.
100
Oh, that's an interesting one. No surprises here.
100
In stroke order, anyways.
100
100 100
100
100
What?
100
Okay.
100
I'm still a little to the
Shaku.
left. Not far enough
Shaku.
to the right again. Still a little too far to the left.
100
Okay. And we go all the way back. All the way back to Hurui.
古い
Hurui.
古い
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 古い古い
Oh. I don't want to talk about stroke order there.
古い
Okay.
新しい
Tadashi, right? Tada.
新しい
Okay. Okay.
新しい
Trying to-
新しい新しい
新しい
新しい。
新しい。
新しい
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 Oh, stroke order. Oops.
新しい
Ah, that's a little high.
新しい
It's a little low. Okay.
100
Yaku. Yaku. Yaku.
100
Okay.
100
100。
100
100
100
100。
100
Okay. And then now we have our newest one. Sent. Oh. Hmm.
7000
Hey, Nanasen.
7000。
Okay. No
7000。
surprises. No surprises here.
7000
7000
7000 7000
Oops.
7000
That's not far enough.
1000
1000
Oops.
1000。
That's a little too aggressive. Okay. Not quite Jew. Okay. What was this? Hurui?
古い
Hurui. Okay.
古い
Whoops. Was a bit wobbly there.
古い
古い古い
古い
古い。
古い。
So it's kind of longer at the
Hurui.
top. I thought it would bisect it. I mean, it kind of bisects it. Huh.
新しい
Oops. Meant to tap new. Ata. La. E.
新しい
Okay. I know where my problem was
Atarashi.
earlier, so let's see.
新しい。
新しい
新しい
新しい。新しい。
新しい。
新しい。
Oops. Stroke order.
新しい。
That was a little too close.
新しい。
A little too low. Okay. Yaku. 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 Yaku.
100
Oops.
100
100。
100。
100。
ん
100。
100。
100。
100
Okay. 10.
1000
7000.
7000。
7000 1000
1000。
1000。
1000。1000。
Not very straight lines or angled straight lines.
古い
3.
古い。
古い
Whoops. That's a little aggressive.
古い。
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 古い
古い。
古い。
Let's cover all these now, I suppose. Yaku.
100
100。
Oops.
100。
100。
100。
100 100
100。
Oops.
100。
Okay. Alright, we'll leave the rest. Hey, Blue. Welcome back. What colors have they given you? What colors? Akai, shiroi, black, black, akori, and do I have any other colors? I think it's just red. Yeah. Oh, and Aoi. Oh, Yeah, kurui. Yeah, aoi. We were given aoi. Right, Blue? Aoi. 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 Yeah, aoi. Aoi. I think we only got 4 colors. Yeah. Just blue, red, white, and black. No green yet. No green yet. Not yet. All right. I do love kanji practice. Whenever we get to the end of a lesson, you get double XP, right? Double XP, and I just use it for kanji practice. It's like you have to get to the end of a lesson just to wiggle your hand around. You believe the next one's purple and green? Oh, those are some solid colors. I'm into purple and green. Purple and green are fantastic. My color scheme that I tend to rely on is different shades of green with white trim and accents, like long line accents, and blue yellow lights, like yellowish lights, yellow to orange lights. And they'll introduce all the ones in katakana. Oh, okay. And teach you no. I don't even know what. Yeah, I don't know what purple is. I don't even know what my parents think purple is. Yeah. All right. I love that break. I love kanji breaks. Kanji breaks are kanji breaks. You know what? I should make a cereal. I need to get like a cereal, and I'm gonna slap kanji in front of the cereal box, and whenever it's like when we're done with the kanji section, I'm just gonna take a kanji break. I'm gonna get some props into this, you know. Kanji breaks are fantastic. Although the sessions are becoming longer, so I didn't get a chance to like do the other. I passively do the other stuff in my head. But today is discovery kanji thing. There's a grammar point that requires a history lesson with colors. All right, fair enough. Maybe we'll get to that or not get to that. Again, if you keep bringing up grammar points, it's not the intent of section 1. So maybe later. Maybe when it comes up. Not like come up literally. Okay, sure. I get to green. Fair enough. Chapter close. I guess we're going back to this first one in the beginning. Okay. Furui. Furui.
Furui.
Furui. Fancy stuff. We won't click on them yet. Gotta save for the spoiler. Furui.
Furui.
私の財布はダサいです。
私の財布は
ダサい。
ダサい. We're gonna do like a kana refresh at some point.
私の財布はダサいです。
I did. Okay. Okay. My katakana refresh. Katakana refresh. 私の財布はダサいです. That's not too bad if your wallet is hideous. It's fine. My passport is hideous? That seems more reasonable.
このコートはちょっと。このコートこのコートはちょっと。はちょっと。このコートはちょっと。このコートはちょっと。このコートはちょっと。
Okay.このコートはダサいです。
このコートはダサいです。
この傘も古いです。
I heard it. この傘もダサいです。Or not ダサいです。I'm still on the dark side です。
この傘も古いです。
古いです。Oops. 古いです。
この傘も古いです。この傘も古いです。この傘も古いです。
While it is old. この財布は古いです。この財布は古いです。
この
I see what they did there. それ wait. I see what they did there. Putting これ here. Sorry, これ here.
財布は古いです。
この財布は古いです。11
11
古い
古い。
Oh wow, this thing is a little. These are a lot longer than usual. The new font. I haven't seen who in a while. Oh really? You're gonna just randomly throw in Shichiji? Heckin' Shichiji.
7時
12
12
and Han. No, Han. Sorry, Han.
半。この財布はちょっと。
Okay. この財布はちょっと。この財布はちょっと。Anna's clothes are stylish. Oh. Instead of using the word stylish. Oh, I see. So that's where, okay. I'm associating the kana now for fashionable and stylish. Got it. Oshade? Oshade? Right, Oshade. And, let's see here. Hana-san no fuku. Yeah. Hana-san no fuku wa oshare desu.
花さんの服
Fuku
は
wa
おしゃれです。
oshare desu. Oshare desu. Yes. Predicates, topic, subject.
私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。
Oh, hey.
私
Ashi
の
no
服
fuku
じゃないです。私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。
oh oshare. Wait.
私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。
Oh,
は
not fashionable. Fair enough.
じゃないです。
Different
じゃないです。
different object.
財布
Ah,
財布おしゃれじゃないです。 私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。
this white coat is hideous. Dase. Dase. Okay. So. この白いコートはダセイです。
この
Oh no. I always like how moody this character is. Somehow I'm really attracted to moody characters. Oh no. Let's see. この白い
白い
コー
コート
ト
は
はダサい
ダサい
です。
です。
この白いコートはダサいです。Okay. 私、
私
本、
本
よく、
よく
服、
服
and ダサい。
ダサい。
この白い帽子はちょっと。
この白い帽子はちょっと。Okay. Home,
本
books, right? 財布、財布。財布。
財布
財布。広い。
古い
古い。古い。よく。ニュース。
ニュース
This is old. Listen, it's a fourth wall break right there. Furui desu. Yeah.
黒い
Oh, sorry.
黒い古いです
Oh, wait. This. Oh, no subject. You're right. Oh, that's interesting. So this isn't a. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting. I guess because it's this. Fair enough. This bag is very old.
この
kono kaban wa very totemo urui desu. So, kono kaban wa totemo urui desu.
カバンはとても古いです。
Okay. So,
これ
それは古いです。All right. It's just one lesson, man. Okay. We're going into practice.
しください。
Now it's time for some hyperinos. Sushi, please. Okay.
水とご飯ください。
OG.
水とご飯ください。
ご飯とお茶ください。
水とご飯です。水とご飯です。
水とお茶。
水ください。水ください。
Oh, I skipped the keyboard thing.
水とお茶です。
Dang it. I need to enable this. It's a shame it doesn't. You can't just toggle it for very specific reasons. I skipped one.
お茶と水ください。
Okay.
お茶とご飯。
ご飯と水ください。
ご飯です。
ええ Okay. Oops. Did I mistype? Oh yeah, I did. Wait. Yeah, typo. Okay. Okay. One more heart. All right. Who?
服。
Who?
花さんの T シャツが欲しいです。
Oh, okay. These are being cycled in now. So Hana-san no t-shirt, t-shirtsu, t-shirtsu ga hoshi desu. So Hana-san no t-shirtsu ga hoshi desu. Or nga t-shirtsu ga hoshi desu. Okay. Serum, say it again.
花さんの T シャツが欲しいです。
Hana-san no T-shirt ga hoshi desu. Hana's T-shirt. Wait. Hoshi desu. Oh. So topic modifying yes. I want Hana's t-shirt. Yes. T-shirts. 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 T-shirts.
この帽子は安いですね。
この帽子は安いですね。この帽子はこの帽子は安いですね。この帽子は安いですね。Okay.スカー
ト。
あの可愛いドレスは2000円です。
あのがかわいい。あのかわいい。ドレス。あのかわいいドレスは2000円です。2000円です。あのかわいいドレスは2000円です。That dress is2000円。That cute dress. かわいいドレス。かわいいドレスは2000円。Holy, no, that's not that bad actually. Over there. That cute dress is 2,000 yen over there. Or that dress over there. Maybe we can get away with this. That cute dress over there is 2,000 yen. Maybe we can get away with phrasing it this way. We can't get away with putting over there. That cute dress is 2,000 yen. Let's try this. It's practice, right? Okay.
このスカートは可愛いですね。
Okay, now we get to type new vocab. Okay, so このenter スカート
このスカートは可愛いですね。
わ、かわいいです。かわいいですね。
このスカートは可愛いですね。
このスカートはかわいいですね。
この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。
Okay. この赤い ドレスは数的。ステーキですね。ステーキですね。Lovely。この赤いドレスはステーキですね。この赤いドレスはステーキですね。This red dress is steaky. Steaky. Not to be confused with steaky. Steaky. Isn't it?
この傘は素敵ですね。
この傘はステーキですね。
この傘は素敵ですね。
この傘は素敵ですね。Okay. This jacket is 4,000 yen. Okay. Alright. Oh no. Oh no. E and then it's ETO, I think. Jaquito. Probably not, but I'm just guessing. Oh, and I had to, and I had to convert it. Jaqueto. So jaqueto. So and then here it is. Jaqueto. Ono jaqueto. Ono jaqueto wa 4,000 yen. 4,000 yen. Yes. When you remember words, do you hear it in the voice of the first way you heard it, or finally remember the words? In this case, you mean like this very example? I think of the Japanese and then I read the English at this point. So when this guy, in this part, when I'm reading this jacket is 4,000 yen, I've already thought about the Japanese in this case because I'm typing them. So I have to start there. It's kind of weird, but it takes me a while to make sure that I got the English right. So I miss the English more than I miss doing the Japanese phrases at the moment. Although in this very case, it's okay, I think. I use the English. I'm thinking of the kana first. And then I'm typing the romaji. So the order I would say is, I say out loud, this jacket is 4,000 yen. So I found the kana, then I type the romaji for the kana. For example, if you hear a word say in Japanese and learn a word, do you remember that pronunciation pattern as well? To some extent. If it was said immediately and the exercise deal with me saying it right after, then I do remember it. However, when I don't see something, I'm using my kana to try to ascertain what the pronunciation pattern is. Two different things. So I'm not forming a habit on either or at the moment. Okay. It's probably all of the above. It's very varied at the moment. I haven't settled on a way that I want to do it. It goes back and forth. So, このジャケットこのジャケットは4000円4000円です4000円です For example, I remember the way Billy Dandy pronounces どういいますて Okay. どうしますてどうたしますて Yeah. どういたしますて どういたしますて When I think of that word, I see. Interesting. I kind of vary. So if anyone's typing Japanese into when anyone's typing Japanese into like the Twitch chat, I'm reading the kana first, and then I'm putting the kana together. And then when someone types the explainer, I think of a pattern that I've heard before. So any vocabulary word that I'm familiar with, I'm remembering how it was pronounced from the voice sample. However, in Duolingo, there are, I'm going to say, for a beginner, for myself, as a beginner, there are 3 clusters of pronunciation. So depending on who I'm thinking of, I'm going to sound a little different each day. The synthetic voices have like 3 very noticeably deviations. Even though there are 8 voices, there are clusters of 3. I think of one of them, and then I try to, if it's a vocabulary word. If it's not a vocabulary word, I use kana. So I break all the individual kana up, and then try to piece it together. For now. Until the vocabulary word comes up, I don't have enough vocabulary memory to determine what the pattern is. So I'm just doing it raw style. And for that purpose, converting it back to Romaji in order to input it with the keyboard helps a lot. Since I'm breaking the kana up already doing it. So that's kind of where I am right now. Whoa, calm down. I wasn't ready.
この青い帽子は安いですね。
Okay. I already forgot the topic.
この青い帽子は安いですね。
Why are you saying it so fast?
この青い帽子は安いですね。この青い帽子は安いですね。
Okay. Yeah, this guy says it so quickly. What the heck?
この青い帽子は安いですね。
By the way, I have rating disabled. Oh yeah. I really appreciate it. Generally, yeah, we just chilling. No worries. Yeah. It's a conscious decision. I like it to be like a natural walk-in. Rating can get a little wild. Usually focusing on learning, so it takes a very long. Making first impressions are very, very tough. The way I stream and record myself. Thanks for confirming that it's set that way. この青い Wait. Did I misspell
こ
something?
の青い帽子は安いですね。
Oh, okay. この青い帽子は安いですね。この青い帽子は安いですね。Okay. This Yamaguchi dress is cute, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Yamaguchi, and then space, right? Yamaguchi. Not a lot of opportunities to use the space kanji shortcut. So, Yamaguchi no san no. Okay, this is a katakana. So, dore. Yeah, doresu. Right? Doresu. Yes. Doresu. Kawaii. Desu ne. Yamaguchi-san no doresu wa kawaii desu ne. Desu ne.
このジャケットは4000円です。
Okay. このカタカナジャケット so ジャケット and then カタカナ so このジャケット see if I remember this. Or wa. I don't remember how much it cost. Okay.
このジャケットは4000円です。
4000yen です。Okay. 4000 yen です。
このジャケットは4000円です。
Okay. このジャケット、このジャケットは4000円です。4000円。このジャケットは4000円です。Okay. Oh, they wanted the... Whoops. Okay, so that I forgot. I had the kanji for sen. I totally forgot I have the kanji for sen. Alright. Yep. Okay. Gotta remember to convert the kanji. Convert the kanji. I just got that on the last lesson. Sen. So, okay. We'll get it next time. So, Ken's skirt is cool, isn't it? Ken-san no skato wa kakkoi desu ne. Kakkoi desu ne. So, Scato? Yeah, Scato. Oh, this requires some finagling. How do I do this? It's like, like that? Yes. I think. No. It's kako. Oh no. I don't know how to type this. Oh, no, it's correct. Oh, yeah. That is how that works. Okay. いいですね。Okay. ケンさんのスカートはかっこいいです。かっこいいです。ね。ですね。Whoops. ケンさんのスカートはかっこいいです。ね。はい。ですね。ケンさんのスカートはかっこいいですね。Okay. Sure. This wallet is lovely, isn't it? So その財布はステーキですね。この財布はステーキですね。Yeah. Okay. I think 財布 is hirakana. Right? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound like one. ステーキですね。Okay. Miss Yamaguchi's clothes are cool. Yamaguchi-san no fuku is fuku. So Yamaguchi-san no fuku wa kakkoi. Yes. Okay. Yamaguchi. I totally misspelled that. What? Oh, I keep hitting the wrong key. I keep hitting the wrong key. It's like, what the heck? That's not Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi-san. Wa. Okay, how do I do this? Ka. O. I. Kakoi. This. Okay. Wait. Did I just skip over Fuku? I totally skipped over Fuku.
このジャケットは4000円です。
I don't want to talk about it. Oh no. I threw away the object. Oh no. I mean, I threw away the subject. I totally threw away the subject. Okay. Where was I?
このジャケットは4000円です。
Okay. このジャケット。このジャケット。
このジャケットは4000円です。
That's not correct. Oh, wait, that is correct. Wait. Oh, I know. Wait. Oh no. Hold up. I'm hitting the wrong button. No, I'm not. What? Wait. Hold up. What? Oh, wait. Did I hit the... No. I can't get the... Can't get the... Hold up. I can't, Wait, what's going on? How come I can't get this? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't get this kanji. Not the kanji that I wanted. That took a little bit. Oh, kono yaketo wa 4000円です。
このジャケットは4000円です。
4000円です。Okay. Yeah, that took a while to get 1000, the specific kanji 1000 that I need to use. Alright. Yamaguchi san no. But in the subject, pep, puku, yeah, go, yes. Okay. Wait, was that just the... Okay, we got both parts. Alright, let's continue our lessons.
新しい。
新しい。expensive. Atarashi. Ooh, those ones look cool too.
新しい服が欲しいです。
Alright.
新しい服
Who?
新しい服が欲しいです。新しい服が欲しいです。新しい服が欲しいです。が欲しいです。
Right. Our first official nya article. Atarashi fuku ya hoshi desu. Okay. I want a cool umbrella. Do you now? Do you? Okay. Kakkoi kasa wa no. Kakkoi kasa ga hoshi desu. Hoshi desu.
Kakkoi
kasa
傘が欲しいです。
が欲しいです。
この T シャツが欲しいです。この T シャツ
T シャツ
が欲しいです。
が欲しいです。
この T シャツが欲しいです。
Ken skirt is cool, isn't it? Isn't it though? Ken-san no Ken-san noスカートケンさんのスカートはかっこいいですね。ケンさんスカートはかっこいいですね。かっこいいですね。
ケンさんの
ケンさんのスカートは
かっこいい
かっこいいですね。
でね。
花さんの T シャツが欲しいです。
花さんのT シャツ
が欲しいです。花さんの T シャツが欲しいです。花さんの T シャツが欲しいです。
Yep. Okay. Junie. 古い 10 Oh, whoops. I clicked on G and then atarashi
新しい。
田中さんの T シャツはかっこいいですね。
Okay. So
田中
さんの T シャツはかっこいいですね。
田中さんの T シャツはかっこいいですね。
かわいいコートが欲しいです。
かわいいコートが欲しいです。Okay. I want a かっこいいコートが欲しいです。I want a cute coat. Gosh darn it, I want a cute coat. Okay. 服よくニュース
T
シャツ T シャツ財布 Hey Victor, what's up? How are you? How have you been? 元気ですか? That's something Lotus told me. That's not something we got in Duolingo yet. I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. I don't know how to say I'm doing well yet. But we had arigato gozaimasu for the first time. And actually, I probably use arigato gozaimasu most of the time. When I thank people, I usually say thank you very much. I don't usually say thank you too as often as I say thank you very much, which is just an extension of thank you or thanks. You know, we got our levels of politeness, right? If we had equivalents, thank you very much, thank you, thanks would be some 3-level tier stuff, I suppose. What have you been up to, Victor? What have you been up to? Anna's hat is new, isn't it? So. I don't remember. New. It'll come. Doshi? No. There's Matashita. I suppose it's gotta be Doshi. Or Boshi, sorry. Boshi. Where is new? Oh, wait. Anji, sorry. Adarashi. Oh, you know what? I'm mistaken it. I thought it was expensive, but it's actually new. You just got back from work? I was doing an internet audit at work. Internal audit. Ooh, so that's some serious stuff. Internal audit. So you're that guy, Victor. You're that guy, huh? That guy. If I knew how to say guy, I would say that guy in Japanese right now. But I don't know what the word for guy is. I guess you could say hito, that person, right? I guess. Sore wa hito desu. Sore wa hito desu. Or it might just be... No, yeah, we will still use sore wa hito desu. Politely but suspiciously accusing you with narrowing eyes. Okay, so you sent claims to insurance and I was auditing the documentation for those claims. Small audits in the grand scheme of things. Ah, okay. You're an insurance claims auditor? Or you're an insurance agent? Insurance claims biller. I see. Got it. Nice. Anna-san. Wait. We aren't big enough to have an internal auditor. I see. So you got saddled per se with this time with the privilege of auditing. Okay. Wait. What is a insurance internal claims biller have? Do you use your multilingualness to also do internal auditing? Or is that a hobby? I don't... Are you a polyglotted insurance? Oh, okay. I mean, that's quite an asset if you can speak multiple languages, you know? Hana-san boshi. So Hana-san no boshi wa atarashi desu ne? Atarashi desu ne? Yeah, that sounds about right. Hana-san no boshi wa atarashi desu ne? Yeah, it is. I dodged a call because I do not speak Spanish fluently. Oh, interesting. Come on, Victor. Just pick up Spanish. Be that poly-goated, poly-goated insurance biller. You feel me? You feel me? I'm just kidding, obviously. But that would have been. I would have found that would probably be pretty rewarding when someone just calls in. It's like Spanish, and you're like, ah, yes. Let me break out some of my Spanish out of my back pocket. You know, just go to town. I can't even imagine what it's like to go from using Spanish in insurance talk. Like, oh, I don't even have a single word that deals with insurance. Oh, maybe bills and cost. Don't know the word for claim. Yeah, just no. Yeah, that must be way down the line. Bills, yeah, probably that's about it.
よく
Yoku. News.
ニュース私
スカート
スカート
and 服
服
ケンさんのスカートはかっこいいですね。
Yeah, specialized terms. I kind of shared a little bit about specialized terms in my background on a different topic recently, where was it you, Victor? No, I don't think it was you, Victor. It was someone else. Oh, I haven't talked to this person in a while, actually. They were talking about English competency. Like, long story short, we got to the point of English competency. So oftentimes there's a weighted rough measure about how to measure the breadth, the depth of an English vocabulary, right, of an English native speaker. And oftentimes I found that you score phenomenally higher in your range when you use specialized terms, which I feel that's not very great representation, really. There's like a bimodal distribution with the measuring the weight, how they weight English vocabulary banks, like how big your English vocabulary, because you don't want to like go through all 50,000 words or something like that, right? So specialized words, man. Bills, pay, insurance, premium, out-of-pocket costs, deductible. Yeah, I think the only thing I could possibly say that would look familiar is bills and pay. Not even turn of phrases like out-of-pocket. Yeah, the binodal distribution of frequency. So it was a weighted average distribution. It was like a weighted distribution of how like what the frequency words are that occur across like various mediums, and that's how they weighted it. So when you take an exam or a test, each cluster of words is representative of a specific frequency or distribution of use of those words to get an idea of where your vocabulary is, like the range. But it's based on frequency. It's heavily weighted based on frequency. Well, if you're old and you use old words, those are very low frequency. And then if you're highly educated, you might have a lot of specialized terms that are not frequently used, right? And how does that filter? And then it was, how does it associate with English competency? Personally, the most specialized people aren't particularly the most well-spoken people. They're just very specialized. So you kind of accept that they sound very specialized, not necessarily how dynamic and reaching, like how influential, how big their vocabulary is. Oftentimes it becomes so specialized that you kind of stop using a lot of specific words. So then you have just like a dip in the middle. Like some of the words that I think are probably very fancy, you know, superfluous, if you will, right? Quite superfluous, maybe eloquent words are very common. They're very common, but they're almost completely absent in my specialized background, which is usually science. Scientific writing is kind of freed from, lack of a better term, fruity language, right? Things that create a lot of weight and ambiguity are removed. And then you have lots of specialized terms that are almost legitimately just created to serve the purpose, right? Like high throughput sequencing. High throughput and sequencing separated alone has separate meanings. When you put them together, what do you think that means? That's the bane of specialized communication. How do you change that into a descriptor? So it ends up being like a 2-sentence descriptor of what high throughput sequencing in the context of genetic research or genetics, right? Or an analytical tool used for genetics. It's kind of hard to be a geneticist without understanding the concept of high throughput sequencing, right? So, and then you have like really high school stuff, but they're not the same anymore. So English has this flexibility where the language changes when you become specialized. So for example, nucleic acids, right? Nucleic acids is a very common term, actually. It's used quite often, right? However, it's used quite often is because in high school education, it's often used to identify what DNA is made of, nucleic acids. However, then there's a huge gap where people don't use that term anymore. And then when you hit a specialized scientific field, like a very specific field, nucleic acid then rises in frequency because it's a specialized term in that field. So I don't know how they compensate for like that kind of thing. In the end, though, it was a really fun little side task in trying to evaluate how the heck do you figure out what's the depth of native English speakers' vocabulary. And mine, and to that point, I totally imposter syndrome and responded incompetently. I had no idea how they measure vocabulary, so I said to this person that I think my vocabulary is around 10,000. Like I think I only know 10,000 words, and truly, I earnestly believe that was the case because my vocabulary is so restricted based on what the circumstances. On Twitch, if I'm streaming, my vocabulary is within those 10,000 sets. If I ever get into an office or like a lab meeting with a geneticist, then it would be a nearly like significantly statistically exclusive set of vocabulary for that particular thing. So it was really hard, and it turns out I was okay. I'm like graduate level, I guess, taking like some of those free exams. It's about 50,000 to 60,000 words, so everything checks out. My universe is not blown. I didn't tell someone that I had the English competency of a high schooler while going to graduate school. It's 50 to 60K, yeah. The problem is with all the free exams, the accuracy cap is only at 20K. So once you exceed 20K, none of the upper limit measurement of this technique, the weighted technique, just falls off. So as in a good scientist, always focus what is the lower limit of detection and what is the upper limit of saturation. So in most of these free tests, the way they did it statistically, there's just an upper limit of 20K. So regardless of it's nearly meaningless. Yeah. So meaningless of what the upper limit is because there's no resolution for that. So all I'm saying is, thank goodness I'm not a high schooler, because I basically told the guy that I have an N3 or like a, you know, like if we were doing Japanese stuff, I had an N3 comprehension of the English language and I sound like this. I was clearly way out of my element. Like I had no idea how English is evaluated. And that's kind of the funny thing about being a native speaker, right? You stop wondering how you measure your own language. And things are taken for granted. So I couldn't even express what my English competency is. So if someone is learning English, right? And like a Japanese person learning English, they approach you and they were wondering, oh, how do I get how much like ballpark should I be aiming for to get like to your point, to your position? And I literally just, if I were so uneducated, I'd just say, well, 10,000 words? And that would be misinformation or unintended misinformation. So it was a very humbling position. I spent like the next 2 days just reading about how English competency is measured. So now I kind of, it's not really that great. I still kind of hand-wavily know. We were talking about the JPLT first, right? The Japanese proficiency language tests and how they're measuring this stuff. And they're kind of different from the English ones. And that was kind of fun. Anyways, just a little side fun things that Duolingo gets you to talk about. Yeah, I'm curious about where I stand, but since I am native, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it doesn't. And that's the weirdest thing. You know what I mean? Like, I imagine when you go up to someone and say, oh yeah, I just finished the N1 Japanese test, right? But to a native speaker, it's like, that's just the beginning of the journey. You have the rest of your life to be an N1 plus. And for a English speaker, is once you get like, if you're over C2, there's no resolution beyond C2. There's like, it's basically, you just have to confirm that you actually know how to speak English, and then that's it. It's so spurious beyond that. And that's kind of how science feels too. Like when you enter a room filled with experts and you sit down, nearly 100% chance that everyone there knows something everyone else doesn't know. So how do you measure that competence? So it kind of feels like when your English or your native language reaches that point, it's like, well, I heard you need an N1 education to work in Japan. Dang. I wonder what our competency is. As a foreigner. Interesting. Oh no, I heard that too. Yes. The requirement, you have to pass an N1, yeah, JPLT to work in Japan. Yes. I think there's an exception to that. And Japan, here's a fun little current events thing. Japan is actually incentivizing this. So you can still work physically in Japan without an N1 education or N1 education. If you work for another company outside of Japan, but you want to live in Japan, you can do that. And actually the government has opened has started issuing visas for people who do that. And it's kind of like a compromise, because Japan, there are very like places that are kind of not having enough population and, you know, commerce, right? Enough commerce, but at the same time, those people who can live in Japan and work for a company offshore, they are likely to bring in commerce. So actually there was a little article about how the government is issuing visas for individuals like that. So I think in that case, and possibly even make babies and get nationalized, you know, it's a topic that I'm sure video games and mass media and stuff has been talked about a lot, because Japan's population, it's kind of just, it's pretty obvious, it's an elephant in the room that it's declining. So now I read recently, because I'm interested, actually. I am interested in temporarily going to Japan, living for a while there. And oftentimes when you got to go to a country, you need a point of visa. You need a visa reason to stay in that country. So oftentimes it means getting a job in Japan, and that would involve the N1 qualification. That's kind of a thing, but I'm pretty sure it's waived in the way if that person is not necessarily working in Japan, but working in Japan. Like, you know, figuratively working not in Japan, but literally still residing in Japan. So that's kind of a neat thing. That Japan. Visas are always a big deal for me because if you work at a university, you will have coworkers that are on working visas, and that topic comes up a lot. In the United States, you need a visa, a standing visa, to be in a place of employment, even at a university. So that came up a couple times. And there were some fun and funny stories, kind of funny stories, where people like got stuck when they went back to like India or something for some gathering, and then they realized their visa expired and they got stuck in India. So we had to negotiate things like who's gonna make sure their experiments don't like fall behind, or you know, that kind of thing. It's pretty interesting, and I haven't really experienced that because I always stayed in the United States. The only time visas came up was it was handled through my school, through my college. My college handled the visa thing when we remained a couple months in New Zealand. So it was a school-related exchange, right? It was a school-related study abroad program. So all that visa paperwork was actually handled by the school. I was a pep, like spry 20-year-old. How would I know how to handle visas at the moment? Right? I haven't even been outside the country except Canada, but there's like a mutualism between Canada and United States that might not be the same as the relationship between like New Zealand and United States. Right? Anyways, it's so fascinating. In N1 education, I wonder what the requirements for English is. Like if you come here, interesting. I don't know if I want to make a comment on that, but I can tell you the range of English proficiency at a university, like English proficiency, is pretty wide. Like it's not a throwing shade at anything. It's just the acceptance rate of the requirements is quite wide, in my opinion. Yeah, you should look it up. I'm curious. N1, I mean, like, that would be like C2, right? Or C3? I don't know if the numbers go up or down. It's like C2 or something, and that's as high as it goes. But I don't know if there's a requirement for a visa. Like, you need a C2 English education to get a visa, a working visa in the United States. But all these are really interesting with language. Anyways.
ケンさんのスカートはかっこいいですね。
ケンさんのスカートはかっこいい。Sorry, I read the sentence and it made me laugh. Ken-san's Ken-san's skirt is cool, isn't it? I'm not sure how I feel about how I feel about this sentence. Ken-san no skato wa kakkoi desu ne. It's a kilt. Yeah, that's my first thought. I laughed and smiled because the first thing I thought about is it's a kilt. Ken-san's rocking that skirt. Okay, so first I thought of a kilt. And then I thought about a Celtic punk. So I went through a Celtic punk phase, but I don't know if you guys know about the band Flogging Molly. I can totally see that guy rocking a kilt in punk rock, and then just like really dark clothing on top of it, just like rocking a kilt while in a band. So it's a coincidence that Indy said rocking that skirt, but I immediately thought of Flogging Molly. Or what was the other one? Dropkick Murphy? Was that the other band? when Celtic punk was a thing in the United States? Or I thought it was a thing in the United States. Kilts, man. Just saying. That's what I thought of. That's why I laughed. Sorry. Long story short. Ken's skirt is cool, isn't it?
Hon.
News.
ニュース
Atarashi.
新しい
Atarashi. Watashi.
私よく
Yoku. This code is new, isn't it? Okay. Kono koto wa atarashi desu ne. Desu ne. I almost said desu ne. Okay. Okay.
このコート
koto
は
wa
新しい
desu ne.
ですね。
Is my skirt cute? I don't know. I don't have a skirt. Do you have a skirt? You don't have a skirt on. What the heck?
私の
のスカ
スカー
ート
トは
はかわいいで
かわ
すね。
です。
Or ですか
か
Whoops. No one heard that. I have 4 hearts. Let's keep going. This is tough, man. These lessons are getting
青い
longer.
コートはちょっと
What is it? Akoi? Wait.
青いコートはちょっと
Aoi.
青
Aoi.
いコート
Koto.
が欲しいです
Wait. Achot.
が欲しはちょっと
Wachoto. What the heck is this? I don't remember this. Wait. Oh no, this is Hoshida. Never mind. No, never mind.
はちょっと
So Aoi Koto Wachoto.
青いコートはちょっと
Aoi Koto Wachoto.
青いコートはちょっと
This kind of reminds me of that funny bounce between Yokuroku, 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 and then now we have Aoi Koto Chotto. I mean, Aoi Koto wa Chotto. It kind of feels like it's rocking up and down.
青いコートはちょっと
Wa Chotto. So, Aoi Koto wa Chotto. Okay, anyways.
このドレスは素敵ですね。
このドレス OK このドレスはステーキですね OK このドレスこのドレスはステーキですねステーキドレスこのドレスはステーキですね This awesome dress is lovely, isn't it?
あの帽子が欲しいです
あの帽子
が欲しいです
が欲しいです
あの帽子が欲しいです
このカバンは素敵ですね。
このカバンはステーキですね
このカバンは素敵ですね。
ステーキですね OK このカバンはステーキですね This bag is lovely, isn't it?
この傘は素敵ですね
この傘はステーキですね kono
この
kaban. Wait. Did I just make that up?
この傘は素敵ですね。
Asa. Why did I... I swear, the umbrella every single time. Kono kasa
は
wa
素敵
steiki
で
desu
す
ne.
ね。この傘は素敵ですね。
I just hate umbrella. You know? I just hate umbrella.
この傘は素敵ですね。
I just don't know what's up
Kasa.
with casa. Yeah, I just don't know. Do I dream in Japanese yet? What was my dream yesterday? Okay, I did dream in Japanese yesterday, but that's not because I was dreaming because of Japanese competency. I went to bed at 7 a.m. I went to bed at 7 a.m. because I was talking about the thing I was preparing today. So the whole desu lesson, right? The desu lesson. That thing I was like brainstorming. So I went to bed because it was too early. Yeah, it was way too early. So by early I mean it's late, but I need to get up to run. So it was already hitting like 7 a.m. I was way deep in the rabbit hole. When I said 4 to 5 hours, it was like 4 to 5 hours straight. And I was really engrossed. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Negative experiences tend to be a very big core of my enthusiasm a lot of times. Hey, Tin. Finally active. Finally. Hey, Cactus. Welcome, welcome. Genki desu ka? Tiny little cactus? Oh. Oh, I get it. Tiny. Oh, as in, tiny, as in, with the eye. Dang. English. English is really hard. English is very hard. Indie. I'm just gonna give up on English. Get English. You know what, the way tiny little cactus reminds me of? Chiji. Every time I see Chiji, I'm like, ugh. Like when you see the romaji of Shichiji or Ichiji, I'm like, oh, there's so many eyes and stuff in between. Are those L's or I's? My vision is gone. I'm just deficient in my eyes. It's fine. It makes life a little bit challenging, you know. What is this? Saifu.
財布
Watashi.
私
Hon.
本、
Fuku.
服、
And doresu.
ドレス、
Of course.
あの白いカバンが欲しいです。
あ
あの白いカバンが欲しいです。
Owie? I heard owie. Where's owie at? Oh no, it might not be. It might be Shiroi now that I think about it. I actually really stopped with the owie thing. I heard Shiroi. I heard ano.
あの白いカバンが欲しいです。
Okay.
あの白い
Shiroi kaban
カバン
が
欲しいです。
が欲しいです。
あの白いカバンが欲しいです。
I don't really like blue coats. Okay. Aoi koto wa chotto. Yeah, aoi koto wa chotto. Okay.
青い、
青い。
コートはちょっと。
花さんの青いカバンはちょっと。花さんの青いカバンはちょっと。花さんの青いカバンはちょっと。
Okay.
花さんの青いカバンはちょっと。花さんの青いカバンはちょっと。
この赤いドレスは素敵ですね。
Take care, Victor. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with everything. Man, my voice is giving out. So, この赤い、そう、この赤いドレス、この赤いドレスは、ステーキですね。そう。あの赤いドレスはステーキですね。This red dress is lovely, isn't it? I want that white bag over there. Okay. あの白い帽子が欲しいです。Yes. あの白い
カバン。
Oh, sorry, kaban. I said boshi. Kaban. I inherently reached for kaban and I said boshi. I clearly said boshi. Which doesn't help because of the B. Is what I probably did. Ano shiroi kaban. Kaban wa no, kaban ga hoshi desu.
が欲しいです。
が欲しいです。
山口さんのドレスは可愛いですね。
山口さんのドレスは可愛いですね。Okay. Yes, Yamaguchi'sドレスはかっこいい。あ、じゃなくて、かわいいですね。Oops. This is. Oh no. I finally missed an is. Okay. It didn't happen. Whatever. It didn't happen. I completely missed it. There's a long story with that, guys. There's a long story. I no longer think of wa as is. That's the long story. The long story short. But I should have thought of des. Des ne. I needed an it. Right? But long story short, without a doubt, the reason I dropped it is because I'm officially not thinking of it as a is there anymore. So that's kind of weird. That's really weird. That's a weird feeling. Anyways. I want that red umbrella over there. Okay. So. Ano akai kasa wa kasa ga hoshi desu. English is dying. Oh no. Guys, out of context phrasing right now. English is dying. Oh no. Immediately taken out of context. English is going down. Okay, ano akai
赤い
kai kasa
傘
ga
が欲し
hoshi
いで
desu.
す。
Hoshi desu. English is dying. Panic. Panic. Picnic. Picnic, guys. Picnic. Picnic. Oh, you know what's also meta, Indy? Native speakers. Native English speakers. And I hope it's the same for Japanese, maybe. I don't know. But generally speaking, the greater you caress into native speaking, generally making errors deliberately is funny. So I don't ever usually use the word panic. I say picnic. And then when I say picnic, I say picnic. Picnic. Just to be funny. But I legit, I can nonchalantly just say picnic instead of panic. Like, quick! Everyone picnic! Instead of panic. Or picnic. Or napakakin. Or pumpakakin. You know? You can't unhear it anymore. Pumpkin. 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 Napakin. Don't do this. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Don't do napakin or pumpkin. Do not do that. Imagine going up to someone and say, "Oh, that's pumpkin." What's another good word? There are a few words out there that you just replace just for fun. But picnic is a good one. Picnic is a good one. It just reminded me of my youth. Maybe
田
like
中さんの
5
カバ
years
ンは
ago.
いいですね。
No picnic, guys. No picnic. Do not picnic. Okay. Tanaka-san no kaban wa ii desu ne. Ii desu ne. Tanaka-san no kaban wa ii desu ne. Is it though? Is it? Mr. Tanaka's kaban is nice. Ii desu ne. Naomi's white coat is nice, isn't it? Naomi-san shiroi koto wa ii desu ne.
Naomi.
Oh, here's one thing. Why doesn't it teach Canadian language? Naomi's white coat is nice, eh? Because "a" is a Japanese word, you pep. Indeed, that's the short answer. A is not learning a new thing. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? Like when a Japanese person is like confused or like kind of weirded out by what you're saying, they go "eh? Eh?" Come on. Eh? Eh? That I hear that a lot. You know, like in animes, right? When someone's like, "Eh?" You know, instead of "nani," right? "Nani" is like, "Eh?" What was, you know, that's kind of how I remember "eh" anyway. I'm not sure how Canadians do it. I don't know what they use. I'm guessing it's the same thing, same context. I've heard it before though. Don't you know? Right? Don't you know? No, I'm making a Fargo reference. Don't you know? What is that, Fargo? Minnesota? Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota. I really like Fargo, by the way. Hats off to the Coen brothers, right? Yeah, Coen brothers. Or Fargo is Coen brothers, right? I'm gonna mess your English up even more by messing around. Don't you know? Don't you know? I adore, I really love, I haven't actually really heard of a Minnesota accent, right? And because of Fargo, I absolutely find it delightful. The Minnesotan accent is incredibly delightful. I've been to Canada 3 times in my life, and I had heard the about and a. It's in my opinion, it's incredibly charming. So I'm a sucker for accents. Okay. Naomi-san
3
Naomi-sanの
の
白いこと
白い
白いことはいいですね。
はいいでね。
ケンさんの青い T シャツはちょっと。
It's super charming. Charming. Actually, how do you say charming in Japanese? Oh, and is it it's super, right? Or is it subaru? No, there's no way it's subaru. Is there a katakana for supa? It's got to be supa in Japanese, right? When I heard it naturally, I had to interrupt and tell them it was. Wait, when I heard it's naturally, when you heard it naturally, I had to interrupt and tell them it was. I'm gonna need a little help with that. Charming. That is. Okay, charming. That is. Oh, yes. I actually did stop someone and said that. Like, one time, just out of nowhere, I'm in the city, right? And this accent is not as common anymore. Or like, I haven't gotten a chance to encounter it in my city life. I heard an Irish accent. I don't even know if it was Scottish, Irish. I don't have enough ear training. But when I heard that, I low-key was a creeper. I just walked by and I just followed that dude and just listened to his accent. I'm like, that's pretty sweet. I just didn't think it you know, like, when you don't get to hear accents and you're going through like the screen, right? You always hear accents on YouTube and stuff, but it's just so different when you actually hear it from a person. Like, that dude was on his phone, so he's just talking and I'm like, dude, I want to sound like you just for like one day. I want to speak English and sound like you for one day. I can't even impersonate an Irish or Scottish person, like that accent. I can't even do it. Some people have, some of my more prolific friends like know how to at least do some accent or some impersonation of it. I can't even do that. I don't even know how that where to start with that. And to me, that's like learning another language, in my opinion. That's like having to juggle all your interfering knowledge, right? And then deliberately abandoning some of your interfering knowledge so that you stay in character. But just imagine doing that. That's so... I'm learning Japanese right now, which is a great departure from English. So you can like segregate it quite a bit. Naturally, you can segregate it. Now imagine your job is to portray people with different accents. Well, if it's the same language, right, there's gonna be interference. Sometimes you're gonna warp back and forth between British English and American English. Case in point, a show that I watch very habitually on rerun and like shuffle order and stuff is House MD. Hugh Laurie. That's a great example. If you're more like, if you're a kid and you're like on the younger side, then I would say like Tom Holland's is a great example of the whole like, wow, that's an American accent, but he's really British, right? And that's the kind of stuff. Like Hugh Laurie is the same, but Hugh Laurie belongs to another generation, more like my generation, right? It's a lot older. It's like 2 generations shifted. It's more of a millennial thing. But Tom Holland's is a good example, I suppose. And I recently saw or read an interview from a clip that talked about the guy in Inglorious Bastards, where Brad Pitt talked about the one co-star who played a general that he's polyglotted. So he's a polyglot, and in that movie he spoke all those 3 languages incredibly well. And I always wondered, like, oftentimes did they train for it, or were they already? And this particular guy happens to be in 3 languages, which was, I'm guessing it was French, German, and Italian. French, German, Italian, and then of course the default is English, and then he spoke with an English accent. English accent of his choice, sort of, in a way. So that's so cool. I think that's super cool. Okay, where was I?
ケンさんの青い T シャツはちょっと。
Ken-san no aoi. Sorry, I wanted to say aoi. Ken-san no aoi T-shirts. T-shirts wa chotto. Ken-san no aoi T-shirts wa chotto. That's kind of a mouthful. Ken's sorry. This is, yeah. So I don't really like Ken's t-shirt. Yeah, because this whole thing is the object, right? This whole thing is the quote-unquote subject. So I don't really like Ken's shirt. Ken's shirt is the subject. Oh, I forgot the color again. Oh man, I think now the thing that I miss the most is the color. I keep forgetting the color. I think that's the 5th time I've missed the color. First it was black, then it was blue, then it was white. I've missed all the colors. I just forget the color modifier. I say it and then it's just gone. Like, color's gone. I'm colorblind now. Figuratively, guys. Sorry. I'm colorblind now, figuratively. I'm English colorblind, specifically. Anyways. Ken's new wallet is nice, isn't it? There's no color. Okay. Ken-san no atarashi zaifu wa ii desu ne. Yes. Wow. Interesting. So, Ken-san no atarashi zaifu wa ii desu ne. Alright, here we go.
山口さんのドレスは可愛いですね。
What did I miss here? Yamaguchi-san no doresu wa kawaii desu ne. Oh, I totally omitted the is, right? I totally omitted the is. Okay. Miss Yamaguchi's doresu. Is there a color? There's no color, right? Doresu wa kawaii desu ne. Okay. Is cute, isn't it?
ケンさんの青い T シャツはちょっと。
Okay. Tens. Oh, whoops. Choto. I don't I don't really like tens. Aoi T-shatsu. T-shatsu.
ケンさんの青い T シャツはちょっと。
T-shatsu. Aoi T-shatsu. Okay. That was a little bit of a rough patch. 3 lessons. Oh, this stuff is going to a crawl.
いいえ、イギリス人です。
Alright, let's do some typing.
カナダは小さいですか？カナダ
Canada, chisai,
は小さいですか？カナダは小さいですか？
カナダ人です。
アメリカとブラジル。
アメリカとブラジルFull-send. Nope. It's Buru. No, Buddha, yeah. Buddha. Oh, I added an extra. Oh, I added an extra thing. No, wait. Oh, I did a toe wrong. Oh no, I mistyped toe. I typed yo. What the heck? How did I hit yo? Oh, I guess it's next to each other. Okay. Okay, Burajiru is
こ
still.
れはカナダです。
Okay. これはカナダです。
アメリカは大きいです。
ブラジル人。
ケンさんはイギリス人ですか？
Wait, did you just say ブラジル人？
ケンさんはイギリス人ですか？
イギリス人。Okay.
ケンさんはイギリス人ですか？
これはブラジルです。
日本人。
Wait. Aha! Bam! Oh. That doesn't work. Wait, did I do something wrong here? Can I not do this? Is this wrong? Someone, can you not do Nihonjin like this? Does that not work? There's something, did I trigger something special here? I don't know. Okay. Buddha, wait. Baru, Bara, Jiru, right? Barajiru. No, that's not right. It's Buddha, Jiru. Yeah, Brachirujin. Okay. I thought I misspelled that. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. I didn't. I forgot the des. Okay. Alright, so I just won't do what I did earlier. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oops.
「アメリカとブラジル」「日本人」
Can't do it. They don't like it. They don't like it. Hey. Okay. Let's keep going. Oh, oops.
はい、2時です。
1時です。
What the? Wait. Why is it giving me this? That's so weird. Oh, wait, yeah. Why was it giving me that? Wait, let's see if they take this. Oh, they do. Nice. Ichichi desu.
今3時頃です。
Oh. I omitted the is again. Oh no.
今1時頃です。
Okay. Did you say ni? You say ichi. Okay.
何時ですか？
Everything's falling apart now. Nanji desu ka? Okay. Everything's falling apart.
2時半。
Why? Wait. Did you just say Nijihan?
2時半。
Hey! Yeah, take that.
今2時半です。
Putting that kanji to work. Nijihan? Okay.
に
Neat? That's it. Neat. Okay.
いいえ、2時です。
Okay.
Ichiji.
What?
Ichiji.
Okay. Ichihan? Ichijihan? Ichijihan? It's about 1 o'clock. Oops. Oh no! I didn't mean to do that. What? Okay, so how do I do this? Wait, maybe if I... That's not it. What? How do I... How do I get this quickly? How do I get sun quickly? What the... Well, at least I know the kanji, but still. There's gotta be a reasonable way of inputting that. Besides going through the quick drop-down menu. I guess I could hit the numbers. If I knew where the position is. Oops. Oh, I missed the I missed the Okay.
今3時頃です。
Hey, I did get it. No, I missed the about. I didn't miss the is. I missed the about.
今1時頃です。
Okay. Great. Alright, good to know. We have 4 hearts. All good. Gotta complete 2 more lessons. This is very, very slow going. We snow down. We snow down to a crawling pace. Hyaku, 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 hyaku,
100
hyaku, of course, hyaku,
100
hyaku,
100
uresu,
ドレス
ドレスカバン
カバン
T シャツT シャツ T シャツ
T シャツ
T シャツ T シャツ T シャツ That's not all extended, it's just T シャツ T シャツ and どうせどうせどうせダセダセダセ
ダサい
ダサい Okay ダサい100
100
100
すみませんあの帽子はいくらですか
We're not doing that. Not here. Okay.
すみませんすみませんあの帽子はいくらですか あの帽子はすみませんあの帽子はいくらですか
いくらですいくらですか
いくらですか
Oh no, I don't remember. How much? Ikura. That's the newest one. Ikura. Right. Ikura. Oh, right. Necktie. And atarashi. So, let's see. 新しいネクタイは、No. 新しいネクタイが欲しいです。
新しいネクタイが欲しいです。
欲しいです。
この帽子は安いですね。
この帽子は
安いですね。この帽子は
安い
ですね。この帽子は安いですね。
安い is cheap. Okay. Yes. 古い
古い
100
100
8
8
9時
9時
and 新しい
新しい
この赤いネクタイが欲しいです。この赤いネクタイが欲しいです。
So
この
ネクタイ
ネクタイ
Wait a minute.
この赤いネクタイが欲しいです。この赤いネクタイが欲しいです。赤いが欲しいです。この赤いネクタイが欲しいです。
Okay. ニュース円 whoops, and 服財布
財布
コート
500 yen. Okay. Goals. Oh, 500. Wait. Yeah. 500 500です。Oh. Oh, I forgot yen. N. 500円です。
私、
カ
カバン
スカート、
スカート
ドレス、
ドレス
いくら、いくら。
いくら
That has sheep, isn't it? I don't know. Is it? Okay. その帽子は安い。その帽子は安いですね。Or この帽子は安いですね。
この帽子は安い
安い
ですね。
この帽子はいくらですか？
この帽子はいくらですか？ How much is this hat? I want this red necktie. この赤いネクタイは、この赤いネクタイが欲しいです。
このネクタイが欲しいです。
Wait, what did I do? Oh my gosh, I forgot the color again. Only this time it's in the reverse.
あの青い傘はいくらですか？
I'm literally colorblind. Literally colorblind in both directions. 青い青い傘はいくらですか？いくらですか？青い傘はいくらですか？いくら青い傘はいくらですか？ How much is that blue umbrella over there?
あの傘は安いですか？
あの傘は安いですか？Okay. Is that umbrella cheap? Yasui over there. Is that umbrella over there cheap?
すみません、これは100円ですか？
すみません。すみません。これは100円ですか？これは100円ですか？ Excuse me? Uh,
円100
this is this 100 yen? Okay. That's some phrasing right there. It's 500 yen. So, go
100
100 です Oh no, I did the same
円
and I made the same error. I want this red necktie. What did I do? Color blindness? Yes, color blindness. So,
こ
こ
の
の赤い
赤い
ネクタイ
ネクタイが欲しいです。
が欲しいです。Oh. Let's get like one more heart. Okay.
コート
帽子と靴は白いです。
The hats are white. So hats and shoes are white.
赤い傘、赤い靴、
Oops.
靴、傘、
コー
I'm
ト
also
と靴
umbrella blind. Also umbrella blind.
赤いコートはここです。赤いコートはここです。赤いコートはここです。
それらは私の傘です。
No colors? Don't you color me.
それらは私の白い帽子です。
Right?
それらは私の白い帽子です。
Got it.
私の白い帽子はどこですか？
白いコートはどこですか？白いコートはどこですか？
靴と帽子。
私の靴はどこですか？私の靴はどこですか？
What did I do? Oh my gosh, did I colorblind myself again? Oh my... okay. Not this time. Not this time. Hey. I think we can get it in 3 hearts. Come on.
1000
10.
1000
ケンさん、ありがとうございます。
I can get behind that. Huh. I was about to say, I would reverse it.
高い服はちょっと。
What?
高い服はちょっと。高い服が欲しいです。が欲しいですはちょっと。高い服はちょっと。
Kai. Expensive. I. And then the other one is Yasui. Okay. Slowly fading. Sen.
1000
ナオミさん、ありがとうございます。ナオミさん、ありがとうございます。
Just getting used to reading the kana. Jacket.
ジャケット、
Jacket.
私
私、いくら
いくら
1000
1000
ニュース
News is thrown in there so often.
この店はいいですね。この
このWhat?
この店はいいですね。
店は
店はいい
いい
です
です
ね。
ね。
この店はいいですね。
That store over there cheap. Okay. Okay. あの店は安いですね。No, ですか。Yeah, that's a ですか。あの店は安いですか？
あの店 は安いですか？
あの黒い傘はいくらですか？あの黒い傘はいくらですか？
Okay. Ano kuroi.
あの
Oh,
黒い
black. Ano kuroi. Ano kuroi. What?
あの黒い傘はいくらですか？
I'm umbrella blind.
傘はですか？あの黒い傘はいくらですか？あの黒い傘はいくらですか？あの黒い傘はいくらですか？
Ikura.
いくら
Ikura desu ka? This jacket is 4,000 yen, okay? So. このジャケットこのジャケットは4000円です。このジャケットは4000円です。
このジャケットは
4000円です。
あのドレスは5000円です。
あのドレスは5000円です。Okay. あのドレスは5000円です。That dress over there is5000円です。Yep. ニュース
ニュース
Oh my. Okay.
ニュース
カバン
本
店
店
and 新しい
新しい
I can't believe I just got baited by news and news. Yikes. My vigilance. Uh 100
100
10
1000
新しい
新しい
古い
古い
8
8
A dress over there is 5,000 yen. Okay. It's not that. That's reasonable. Would you pay $50 for a dress? Barring the classical 100-to-1 conversion rate, which I don't think that's the conversion rate anymore. I think it's actually higher. Exchange rate, sorry. Exchange rate. Okay, so ドレスは5000円。5000円です。ドレスは5000円。
ドレス
ドレス
は
5000円です。
です。あの黒いジャケットはいくらですか？
I see you. I see you. あの黒いあの黒いジャケットはいくらですか？いくらですか？そうあの古いジャケットはいくらですか？いくらですか？ So, how much is that black jacket? 黒いジャケット over there. How much is that black jacket over there? I don't really like expensive clothes. What's so expensive? Dase? No, Dase is... Wait, it's not Dase, right? Is it? It can't be. Oh yeah, Takai. Takai. Dase is hideous. So.
Takai.
Oh, Takai, sorry. Takai. Fuku. Takai fuku. Takai fuku wa chotto. I don't really like expensive clothes. Wait, is this the same thing? Oh, no. What was the last one? I'm losing my mind. Okay.
Takai.
Koto. Wachotto. Okay. Yeah. That is definitely a wrap for today. Let's see what we unlocked. Did we unlock any no new kanji. Kanji me crazy. Alright folks. Wow. We have slowed down to a crawl. Okay, we're just gonna double down, be a little bit more vigorous and focused tomorrow. Grab some energy. Kamehameha wave this, right? Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. As always, feel free to comment, share, and discuss, or even come live and tell me a story of your learning language experience. As always, you're always welcome to voice your opinion, right? As long as we can discuss, share, and learn from each other. Yes, indeed. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, smile while you're learning. I know that's tough, but smile while you're learning. Shout if you will. Enjoy. Embrace the whole multiculturalism of life. The mosaic experience of life. Until next time. Mata ashita. じゃあね。